nice to not have the restraints, of them been through class all day, and we can kind of get them out a little earlier. They can kind of rest and be kids a little bit, and then it actually gives us a little bit more time on today. We were able to bring them in earlier and kind of get them some more walkthrough and film time before we were able to hit the bus. So it's actually benefited us a little bit, I think, as opposed to being a hindrance.
Looking at last week's game, your Wolves got a big homecoming win over John Marshall, 37-0. It was the Wolves' first shutout since 2017. How'd you feel about the way that y'all played last week?
It was encouraging. It was really encouraging, especially defensively, man. They just kept answering, creating turnovers. I believe we created 7 turnovers. And then special teams made some huge plays, offensively, it was a little sloppier than I would have liked. We had some turnovers ourselves and just wasn't as crisp as I wanted us to be. But it was good teach tape, and then just the performance all around of the other guys. And then when we did execute well on offense, we were able to create some pretty big and exciting plays. So it's a very positive performance, and hopefully we can continue to build on that.
Yeah, it wasn't a district game, so it's not going to go toward playoffs. But given how the district schedule started for you guys with tough games against McGinnis and Carl Albert, how important was just to kind of get a win and get morale back up?
Absolutely. When you played the 2 teams that we did to start district in McGinnis and Carl Albert, McGinnis on a short week, and then Carl Albert just being who they are, it would be easy for our kids to lose confidence, kind of get down on themselves. So to have an opponent, John Marshall, who's right now is in a smaller classification and kind of more down to a little bit lower level than the 2 that we played. No disrespect to them, but it was good for us to come out and have that kind of performance and just kind of build confidence and show that what we're doing is working and we're capable of that, and letting us feel good about going into the rest of our district play.
Yeah, and I think on top of all of that, too, it's just good for these guys to experience winning football again. I mean, you had that after Ardmore. You played really well against Blanchard the next week, but it's got to be good just to know what it feels like to get a win going into the last month of the season.
Absolutely, and it's a huge week for us starting tonight. It's a huge month for us starting tonight, with Eisenhower and then followed by Piedmont and Southeast and then Guthrie. So we've kind of hit like the middle of the district pack here. And so somebody's got to rise to the top and somebody's going to fall. And so we've had a good week of practice preparing. So I feel good about carrying the momentum from the John Marshall win into tonight and us coming out and starting fast, performing well.
You mentioned how well the defense played, and obviously they're not going to shut every opponent out. But when your defense is flying around, making tackles, and then forcing turnovers like they were, how much energy does that give your entire team and the offense specifically?
Absolutely. When they generate that turnover and you get that sudden change and you're able to run out their offense, kind of get set up, I think just kids naturally just more excited, whereas opposed to versus Carl Albert, we weren't able to do that. We kind of gave up some scores. So now you're coming off of kick return, which is not, and then you're backed up and it's not that exciting. But just field position wise, the way our defense was able to set us up with short fields continually all night. And then whenever we did have blunders offensively, they were able to kind of bail us out and not give up scores when they were put in bad situations. So it definitely, one thing I like about this team is I think everybody's together, and the fact that when defense makes a play, offense is excited for them. Offense makes a play, defense is excited. I think we had one drive where we went down and scored in just a couple plays, and a defensive end comes over and he's like, "Coach, man, I appreciate the scoring, but can we get a blow for us?" And just kind of kidding with me. But
right.
I think the kids really cheer on for each other. They want to see each other make plays. When Zion Caramel had that touchdown, the sideline was super excited for him. That was his first one of the year at receiver. And so everybody was just super pumped up and excited for him.
Is LaRon Thomas, and we actually haven't seen a lot of LaRon on defense this year, but he had several sacks and several tackles for loss. I'm guessing we're going to see more of him on the defensive side.
Absolutely. Early on in the season, all the way back to the Noble scrimmage, he suffered a pretty bad ankle injury, and he was we were nursing it, but at receiver, it wasn't quite as physical, so we were able to kind of manage the pain tolerance, but he's kind of gotten to the point where he's feeling a lot healthier, and so we felt like this would be a good game for him to kind of break that ice and playing a lot more defensive end, and we put in a little bit speedier package with 4 faster defensive linemen, and so he was really able to showcase his ability there and make some plays, and it was huge for us.
Yeah, with he and DeMario Joyner both coming off the edge, and then you even throw in Toby Gray. Hello.
Our kids understand what we're capable of, and hopefully we can continue to help them grow into reaching that potential. But this one's big because Lawton Eisenhower, they're a high quality football team. You know, they've had leads on McGinnis and Piedmont the past couple weeks, and let them go late. You know, but you can't always expect that they're going to falter down the stretch. So it's very important for us to come out with a lot of energy and execute well in the beginning because they're talented enough that they could run away with it if we don't.
I mean, given how the rest of your schedule plays out, really the next 3 weeks, even not even counting that Guthrie game to end the season, but probably the next 3 weeks can determine your playoff chances. So, what's been your message to the team, knowing that obviously you can't look too far down the road, but you got 3 weeks to solidify a playoff spot essentially.
Absolutely. So we talk about that as coaches, but as far as our message to the kids go, we really just want to focus on the opponent at hand. You know, we kind of got into it a little bit going into district play at Bishop McGinnis, and we're kind of talking to them about, this is one that we need to kind of catapult us into the driver's seat. And I think maybe we put too much emphasis on it.
Okay.
And we got into that game and we didn't have quite the same energy and confidence that we were expecting. So for us, we just really want to focus on our plan to beat Lawton Eisenhower. And then, we've kind of mentioned and talked to him that we go and win this game, and we put ourselves in the driver's seat as far as one of those bottom 2 playoff spots, because we do have 2 district losses. So some things would have to go in our favor for us to creep up into the 1 or 2 spot. But the 3 and 4 spot is wide open and available. Mm-hmm. We have to take care of business these next couple weeks.
All right, Coach. Well, let's take a break. When we come back, Coach Madonna and I will talk about Shawnee's opponent tonight, the Lawton Eisenhower Eagles. This is Fire Lake Enterprises Coach's Corner here on Classic Hits, KGFF.
The Fire Lake Enterprises are a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. If you're hungry, we have what you're craving. Fire Lake Pizza, Fire Lake Fry Bread Taco, the Bistro inside Fire Lake Casino, the Grill at Fire Lake Golf Course, and for something special, try Flame Brazilian Steakhouse inside the Grand Casino. Fire Lake Enterprises, backing the pack. The Fire Lake Enterprises are a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. Shopping for groceries? Fire Lake Discount Foods in Shawnee, Tecumseh, or McLeod has everything you need. Fill up the car or truck at the corner store or the Grand Travel Plaza. And when the weather is great, there is no better place to be than Fire Lake Golf Course. Your Fire Lake Enterprises, backing the pack.
Welcome back to the Fire Lake Enterprises Coach's Corner here on KGFF. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by Shawnee head coach Jason Madonna. And Coach, tonight, your Wolves, you're back on the road taking on the Eisenhower Eagles. What can you tell me about this Eisenhower squad?
I think they're a lot like us. When you look at them, I think we're real similar football teams. Their defensive line is big and physical and fast and cause problems, and they're athletic. They have athletes across the board. They don't have a bunch of guys with a bunch of pub and offers and stuff like maybe what we've seen similar to us. They got some really high-quality football players. Offensively, they kind of jump in and out of personnel similar to what we do and try to find an advantage. They'll get under center some and run some I formation, and they'll spread you out in some empty and doubles and really just trying to find ways to get their athletes the ball in space. But, for us, we look at them and, we have to control the line of scrimmage. That's going to be the key to this game. So both offense and defensive lines are real similar. I think the athletes on the edge will cancel each other out. They'll make some plays. We'll make some plays. But I think tonight's really going to come down to who controls the line of scrimmage, which offense and defensive line performs the best with the least amount of mistakes, and that's going to determine who wins this game.
Yeah, offensively, you mentioned controlling the line of scrimmage. It looks like that Eisenhower does want to run the ball more than they throw it. They look to be a little bit more of a run-heavy team, but they're doing it in a different way than teams that you've seen. They're going to spread it out more a lot and show a lot of formations that you all run, like you were saying. So what have you seen from the Eisenhower run game specifically?
I think they do a good job of trying to find the right fit. They jump into some different formations to try to get you maybe out of position or try to find a matchup they feel comfortable with and then try to go exploit that matchup. And they've had success this year versus some pretty good defenses. This is probably one of the better Lawton Eisenhower teams that they've put together in a while as far as just overall depth. And so the way that they're able to kind of move in motion and use formation and alignment to kind of gain some advantage is going to be a struggle for a lot of defenses. So we worked really hard this week on making sure we're lined up properly to what they do and that we're gap sound and that we understand their schemes and how we want to defeat it up front and attack it. And so we go execute well. I like our defense's chances to slow them down. But they have the opportunity to break big plays and kind of grind on us if we don't.
What have you seen from the pass game with Eisenhower?
I think, it's good. They got good pass. They got good receivers. They're going to try to take it over the top some, and I don't think that they execute consistently as some of the teams that we've seen in the past. Like with the Carl Albert McGinnis and those guys. But they have the ability to make big plays at any given time. So I feel comfortable with our skill guys versus their skill guys in those matchups for us. I feel like that we're right there on par with where they are, and what we do can kind of hurt them some. But they definitely have the ability to break away at any given moment.
Obviously, your defense this year has been really good at forcing turnovers. What we all need to do tonight to keep that pressure on Eisenhower and maybe force a turnover or two. Hello, everyone.
Comfortable with our skill guys versus their skill guys in those matchups for us. I feel like that we're right there on par with where they are, and what we do can kind of hurt them some. But they definitely have the ability to break away at any given moment.
Obviously, your defense this year has been really good at forcing turnovers. What we all need to do tonight to keep that pressure on Eisenhower and maybe force a turnover or two, which obviously in a game that potentially could be close, could be really big.
Absolutely. Especially when they're backed up. If we could somehow force a turnover and give the offense a really short field, that'd be helpful. We have I think a huge weapon in Rhett Neese. So if we can have a short field, and that gives us confidence that 3's on the board, and then we can push for 7. But any turnover we'll take, don't get me wrong.
Right.
In order for us to really break it open, I think we're going to need some of those live ball turnovers, those interceptions, those fumble recoveries like we did last week with Jason Hare. But the biggest thing is if we just don't give up them big clock-eating drives that finish in touchdowns, I think we'll be fine. I think our defense is pretty fast, and we don't give up just a huge amount of big plays.
Right.
So I like our chances there. So if we can really just force them to execute at a high level consistently, that plays into our hands.
Defensively, Eisenhower, from what I saw, looks like they use a 3-4 base for the most part. What have you seen from them defensively?
Yeah, they'll jump in and out of the fronts, but they're 2 end guys, man, 44 and 18. They're really good football players, man. They fire off hard. They're big and physical, and they kind of use them as the catalyst to control the front. And then on the back end, they've played quite a bit of zone coverage, and they'll mix it in and come in with some man free and different things. But like I said before, I think our skill guys and their skill guys is pretty much even money. I don't think we have opportunity to really make some plays and hurt what they do. But the key for us is going to be up front. Can we control the middle of their defense, and can our tackles have success against those two ones? Out 44, you kind of place them outside linebacker, and they walk him down when they go their 4-man to the defensive end. Then 18, who's the other defensive end. If we can neutralize those two with our offensive line and fullbacks, that gives us a huge chance for success.
What do you see as the best way to attack the Eisenhower D?
Right. Get them formation-wise, get them to roll their coverage and do different things and attack where they're weak. But up the middle, I think is our best chance. You know, their inside linebackers and their D tackles do a pretty decent job. But I like our matchup there. And then once we kind of get them committed inside, then we got to have big plays on the edge. You know, if we can get Dietrich, Dace, and some of those guys in space on the edge, I think we're going to have chances for big plays.
Eisenhower won a close one last year, 17-12. What do y'all need to do tonight to reverse that and get a big district win?
All right, we're going to have to not hurt ourselves. And that's the biggest key, man. If we can not hurt ourselves with turnovers and penalties, we can stay on track and stay efficient. That's going to give us a chance to win. You know, if we give them short fields or we give them momentum throughout the game, that's really going to hurt us. And in big-time games, we've made those mistakes. You know, going all the way back to Seminole and Blanchard, we made those crucial mistakes, those turnovers that really cost us in those close games. And then so we have to clean that up. You know, we have to execute at a high level. And defensively, we have to rally and tackle. You know, we work a lot on getting 11 hats to the ball at all times. And if we continue to do that to where we don't give up those huge, big plays, then I think we'll be able to reverse the fortunes of last year.
All right, Coach. Well, thank you very much, and good luck tonight.
No problem. Thank you. Go Wolves.
This has been the Fire Lake Enterprises Coach's Corner. Don't go anywhere. When I come back, I'll have your countdown to kickoff as the Shawnee Wolves are on the road, taking on the Lawton Eisenhower Eagles. This is Shawnee Wolves football on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
KGFF, Shawnee. K265FE, Shawnee.
KGFF Radio, in cooperation with the Oklahoma Secondary Schools Activities Association and the Shawnee High School Athletic Department, present Shawnee Wolves football.
Shawnee touchdown! Shawnee touchdown! Touchdown! Shawnee!
Wolves football on KGFF is sponsored by Fire Lake Discount Foods, Bank First, Harrison Discount Pharmacy, Citizen Potawatomi Nation, Fire Lake Golf, The Clinic Pharmacy, Watkins Heating and Air Conditioning, Berkshire Hathaway Benchmark Realty, Gordon Cooper Technology Center, Red's Tire and Battery, Finley and Cook, and Arvest Bank. And now Shawnee Wolves football is on the air.
After a big non-district win last week, the Shawnee Wolves kick off the final month of this 2023 regular season with the playoffs still in reach. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth. I'm Chris Cox, and I'm joined by my broadcast partner, Landon Green, and we are in Lawton tonight at Cameron Stadium as the Wolves get set to take on the Eisenhower Eagles in a big district game. Landon, both teams come into this game looking for their first district win of the season, and both still have hopes for that final playoff spot. However, it feels like that these two teams might be kind of going in different directions. Kind of feels like the Wolves are on the up and come, while Eisenhower, they seem to kind of be hanging on a little bit by a thread.
Yeah, you know, we talked about, you know, the start of a new season when you get into district play. For Shawnee, they get started with that last week. They kind of have a hard reboot with the John Marshall game, so you kind of have 3 seasons set up for this Shawnee team. You have a chance to go out here tonight against a tough Lawton Ike team. If you can come away with a win tonight, like you said, you control the destiny as far as what happens in the playoffs.
Yeah, and one thing that I didn't realize, but Coach Madonna made the point during the Coach's Corner, that game actually against John Marshall, not a district game this year, but next year when districts change a little bit, that will be a district game. So it doesn't count this year, but it has to give Wolves definitely a lot of hope going into next season. And like you said, that game, 37-0, which we'll talk about in a little bit, a huge momentum builder going into these final 4 games of the regular season.
Yeah, it was big time for them to go out there and get that win last week. Not only just get a win, but go out there and be dominant. And they didn't just win by a hair. They went out there and they played ball last week. They played really well, and they came away with a big-time shutout on the defensive side. So, like I say, you get a chance for this Shawnee team where you kind of have 3 seasons where now you're starting to kind of say, hey, we got to play from John Marshall to the end of the season, we got to play our best ball if we want to make it to the playoffs.
We should have a good game for you tonight as the Wolves and Eisenhower get set for a little Friday the 13th fall break football. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Landon and I will talk about last week's game against the John Marshall Bears. This is Shawnee Wolves football on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
Grab slow-cooked savings at every Fire Lake Foods location. Boneless beef chuck roast is $4.99 per pound. Family pack boneless beef chuck steak is $4.99 per pound. Whole chicken fryers are 89 cents per pound. Owen sausage is 2 rolls for $6. Prime fresh sliced meats are 2 for $6. And a 5-pound bag of red or gold potatoes is $3.59. Put dinner on in the morning and serve it up in the evening for less at every Fire Lake Foods location, Shawnee, Tecumseh, and McLeod.
Every day brings new possibilities. They could be simple, like making dinner plans with friends, or exciting, like starting a new side hustle, or maybe huge, like buying a new home. Whatever life brings your way, Arvest Bank's highly rated mobile apps give you control of your finances. Pay bills, manage your cards, send money, and more, all on your time. So say goodbye limits and hello possibilities with Arvest Bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth. I'm Chris Cox, and tonight the Shawnee Wolves are back on the road as they are in Lawton taking on the Eisenhower Eagles. I'm joined by my broadcast partner, Landon Green. And Landon, again, like in Blanchard, we're not in the press box tonight. We're actually out in the elements here at the top of the stands here inside Cameron Stadium. And so far, Landon, it's a pretty nice night. I know it's going to get a little bit cooler, but so far it's pretty nice night to play some football.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's perfect weather. The wind's blowing just right. The only thing, we're not used to the East-West Bowl.
Right.
The sun's shining in one side of the arena. But, hey, it looks good out here. The team looks like they're ready to go. So, yeah, it's a perfect night for football.
Yeah, it really is. And before we look at tonight's game, let's actually look back at last week's win against the John Marshall Bears. Landon, the Wolves shut out John Marshall 37-0. It was the first shutout for the Wolves since 2017. And again, while it wasn't a district game, the Wolves, they were able to get on the win or get back in the win column. And that's got to be huge for morale and for just kind of building momentum.
Yeah, I mean, they did a lot of great things. Obviously, the defensive side just played out of this world. I mean, they played outstanding last week. We mentioned it on their last or one of their last drives. I mean, the only thing they hadn't done is score a touchdown, and they went out there and scored a touchdown. Mm-hmm. So, they played outstanding. The offense, there were a lot of problems on the offense last week, but I think what you got out of them last week is something to build on. You got a lot of good things out of the offense, which is always a positive. So, a lot of things that you can work on in practice this week. If they can shore some of the mistakes up, get some of the things that they did that caused them to go backward, get some of those mistakes, kind of sewn up a little bit. You're looking at a team that could have a lot of success on that side. And then, of course, on the special team side, played outstanding as well. So, I mean, they really controlled all three phases last week. And like you said, just a big momentum booster coming into this game.
It sounds obvious anytime you pitch a shutout, but the Wolves, I mean, they were obviously led by that defense last week, and the defense played phenomenal, Landon. And, of course, you're going to play a really good game anytime you can shut out an opponent, but they held Marshall to a combined 4 of 19 on 3rd and 4th downs, Landon, and they even had to defend a short field a couple of times to keep the shutout intact. But I think most importantly, and the biggest thing that this Wolves defense can kind of hang their hat on, was that they were able to force 5 turnovers, and like you said, they had a blocked punt, which they were able to pick up in the end zone for a touchdown.
Yeah, they played great. I mean, you're talking about a couple of times, like, say, the mistakes on offense that you had to fix this week sort of set them up, and like you said, in a short field, I mean, they set up inside their own 30. They set up inside their own 20. One time they're inside the 8-yard line, and they keep John Marshall out of the end zone. And so they played outstanding last week. There's a lot of times, I think, a year ago, John Marshall probably scores on those drives.
Yeah.
Shawnee went out there. They played their game. They did a great job on defense, and they flew around. I mean, you're talking about however many tackles Ryan High had last week. I mean, he was just everywhere last week, and just played a great game. And so, yeah, I mean, this team on defense played outstanding.
Yeah, to get a little bit more in depth on how the Wolves were able to defend the short field, Landon, I looked back at the game, looked back at all the drives, and between the second and third quarter, Marshall had 9 possessions. 7 of those possessions actually started in Shawnee territory, And on those 7 drives, Marshall ran 28 plays, and they gained just 20 yards and turned the ball over 3 times. Think about that. Starting inside inside the Shawnee side of the field, they did that 7 times, and Shawnee held them to a grand total of 20 yards and forced 3 turnovers, and then also forced a couple of 4-and-outs as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, they played really great. The defensive line was moving around. They did a great job getting their hands engaged with that offensive line, moving guys out of there. And then not only that, they did a great job occupying the offensive line, letting those linebackers fly through the gaps and get back there and create some problems in the backfield. And that created those turnovers where, hey, you see a guy kind of beating down on you. Hey, let me get rid of this ball early, and you're able to get some of those turnovers.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Landon, too, Marshall a year ago probably converts on, if not all those possessions, they definitely convert on some of them, and then all of a sudden a Shawnee victory might not be as inevitable as it ultimately turned out to be. But the Wolves defense, they were able to buckle down, they were able to keep their energy level high, and they were able to make plays when they absolutely needed to.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, they just flew around. I mean, the defensive line played outstanding last week. That was something we've been needing from that defensive line. We've been kind of waiting on them to kind of show up in a game. And they went out there, they played ball, they played really well. And like I say, those linebackers played outstanding. And when it came time to pass the ball, the secondary was where they needed to be. I mean, it truly was, as they say, complimentary football. That's what it was last week on the defensive side.
Yeah, you mentioned the defensive line stepping up, and that's one thing that we, like you were saying, we've wanted to see from Shawnee. We've seen some glimpses of it, but we hadn't seen a ton in the first 5 weeks, and that was Shawnee's ability to get into the backfield. The Wolves, they recorded a few tackles for loss over the first half of the season, and we're averaging right at 1 sack per game, but last week the Wolves got after John Marshall. 5 tackles for loss and a season-high 6 sacks. Laron Thomas, he led the Wolves with 3.5 sacks, but it was truly a team effort along that defensive front to just wreak havoc in the backfield.
Well, yeah, it was a great move by the coaching staff to put LaRon Thomas and put Toby Gray on the edge. They can set contain on the edge. But not only that, but whenever they need to get after it and get after the quarterback, they have the speed and the strength to get back there and bring the quarterback down. I mean, that was a great move by the coaching staff. And then DeMario Joyner, I mean, he just played outstanding last week. I mean, he was just a beast out there. And he's a guy where you can put him on the outside and he can set that edge. But if you need to, and you need to put LaRon and Toby on the edges and put him inside, he creates a whole nother problem for the center and the guards on that interior offensive line.
Yeah, and like you were saying, you add LaRon Thomas and Toby Gray and DeMario Joyner together, and those are 3 really good pass rushers that can, like you were saying, get after the quarterback, but also they can contain the run, and that was one thing that the Wolves were able to do. They, it seems like this season it's kind of been one or the other. They've been able to get back in the backfield, put some pressure on the quarterback, or kind of like they did against Blanchard. And they ended up losing that game against Blanchard, but they were able to get pressure on the quarterback, make the Blanchard quarterback scramble a lot, or they could stop the run. But last week they were able to combine that and do both, and that was huge for Shawnee, and hopefully they'll be able to continue that going forward.
Yeah, I think one thing that they did last week, we talked about those guys moving around on the defensive line, DeMario Joyner going from outside to inside, and I think, you give up that size for the speed, and that's where you kind of get in there. I mean, not to say DeMario Joyner isn't a strong guy. He absolutely is, but, he's not as strong as some of the guys we've had on the interior so far this season. He got in the inside there, but he showed that he can hold his own. He got back there, and like you said, they're able to contain the run. They force you into a long passing situation, and then they got the giddy up to get back there and bring you down.
Yeah, and looking at the secondary, Landon, I think we saw the importance of a healthy Dace Shaw. He hadn't really been healthy up until, he played against Carl Albert, but sometimes after you miss a few weeks, it takes a game to kind of get back into the swing of things and into what they call football shape. And I think you finally saw that from Dace Shaw last week. He only had 2 tackles, but he forced 2 fumbles. He recovered another fumble, had a pass breakup, and frankly, he was in position to make more plays had the pass been a little bit more on target. So you really saw what his impact can be in the secondary from that safety position when he's able to just kind of play center field and roam a little bit.
Yeah, for him, he kind of had a Dennis Rodman game. You don't see it on the scoreboard, you don't see it in the stats, but you look around, he's blowing up blocks. He's blowing up double teams. He's a cornerback. In the secondary, blowing up offensive linemen double teams. He's going out there. He put his head in there, and what he did is he opened up a lot of space for those other guys to kind of come come in and clean up house. He just did a great job occupying the blocks he needed to, playing the game, not trying to do too much, and he just went out there and he played ball and let the game come to him. And, he played outstanding. He's a game changer. He's a guy that whenever he's out there, you don't throw the ball to his side. And he went out there, he played a great game last week, and really, like I say, he didn't, you don't see it in the stat book, you don't see it on the scoreboard, but he did a great job going out there and just playing the game, letting it come to him.
Yeah, and one thing, too, that I think we're learning about this Mike Blitch defense that Shawnee is running is that Coach Blitch really, he wants his linebackers to be playmakers. Obviously, he'll get production from any level and any unit on the defense that he can, but I think it's tailored to really suit linebackers, and we saw that last week. Jason Hare, an outstanding game, 16 tackles, a fumble recovery that he was able to return to the John Marshall 7, and then he was actually the one that had the punt block at the end of the game that Noah Waldrop was able to recover in the end zone for a touchdown. So a great game from Jason Hare.
Yeah, like I say, that linebacking core, that from top to bottom, you talk about even Toby Gray moving up to that edge defender role where he started at the linebacker position. They just give you so much. They give you so much versatility. You can move them anywhere on the line. They can drop back in pass coverage and play great there. And they give you a lot of different looks, so they're really versatile. And like you said, I think Coach Blitch definitely likes that he can have those guys and kind of move them around wherever he needs to, and kind of plug and play with that defense.
And then, of course, we can't talk about this defense, and we've already mentioned his name a little bit, but we got to talk about Ryan High. 18 total tackles last week, a forced fumble and a fumble recovery. He was outstanding for the Wolves, and Landon, I think he's really solidified himself, not as just the leader of the defense, but probably the leader and the heartbeat of the team. I was kind of thinking about it this week, and it's a little bit of recency bias, and I know we don't have just all OU fans out there. I know some of you, even including you, Landon, are OSU fans, but Ryan High, to me, is really kind of like the Shawnee team's Danny Stutzman. He's that linebacker that gets everybody hyped, gets everybody ready, and they feed off of him.
Yeah, he's definitely a big-time energy boost out there. Did a great job last week of just, like I say, just flying around and just playing football, not thinking too much, going out there, being in a good position, and then once he got there, gets to show off the skills. He's got the know-how, he's got the IQ, and he's got the skills to match both of those. And so he went out there, he played an outstanding game, and, it was just it was one of those games where, you look back and think about it, and like you said, very Danny Stutzman-esque for sure.
Yeah, and talking with Coach Madonna during the Coach's Corner about Ryan, he said, when I was asking him about being a leader on this team, he said he is, and he said it's not just the vocal leader of Ryan High, but it's everything that he does, in practice and off the playing field. It's his preparation. He's always ready to work. He's one of the most intelligent football players that they have, and he's really that prototypical kid who just loves football, eats, sleeps, and breathes ball.
Yeah, you see it in how he plays. You see that, he would probably be a guy that would go into practice and, just be running around, getting everybody excited, getting the energy up. You can see that he probably goes in the weight room. He's probably one of the first people in the weight room running around, getting loose, getting ready to go, getting the guys ready to go. And you see it in his passion that he takes into every game. Last week, again, just a great example of something that Ryan High brings to the game, and it's just something that it's hard to coach. It's hard to get guys to do, and it just comes natural to them.
Yeah, and we can keep singing the praises of this defense really all night if we wanted to, but we do need to move on a little bit and look at this Shawnee offense last week. And Landon, they were able to put up points. They got the one touchdown on the block punt, so still 30 points for the offense, which isn't bad, but it wasn't clean football. They turned the ball over 4 times. They failed to punch the ball in a couple of times when they got close to the end zone, including after that big Jason Hare fumble recovery that got down to the 7. They couldn't punch it into the end zone. So, Coach Madonna was happy that they were able to put up some points, but also he knows it could have been a whole lot more.
Yeah, I think for them, up front, I think the offensive line in that first quarter, you really saw the the scheme up front is not complex. It's a very simple scheme. You got guys moving one way, you got guys moving another way. Occasionally they'll throw in a trap, but really, I mean, it's a lot of zone blocking. And so they did a great job in that first quarter of doing the zone blocking, but it kind of fell apart there in the second and third quarter where they just couldn't seem to get anything going. Kind of had to rely more on the passing game, but, in that fourth quarter, they really kind of woke up, got some things going. So, I think the goods outweighed the bads. The positives outweighed the negatives, but definitely a lot of stuff that you needed to work on, and definitely something that, hey, go down on the goal line for a few series, a few different series that you have in practice, and get down there and maybe put 13 guys in the box and just see, hey, punch it in the end zone. You got 5 chances to punch in the end zone. Every chance you don't get, you got to run a gasser or something. But this team last week they took the step that they needed to take. I think the offense took the step it needed to take. It was a baby step, but it's a step that they needed to take in the right direction. This week, if they can shore that up in practice and get out here and come out ready to go, and beside that, get ready coming out of the locker room. I think that's a big thing for them. Get ready coming out of the locker room. You could look at them to have a big game.
Yeah, one area where the Wolves were able to move the ball well offensively was in the run game. Against McGinnis, against Carl Albert, Shawnee struggled to get the run game going last week, or get the game going in those first couple of district games. But last week against John Marshall, they ran it 31 times, 178 yards as a team. And Landon, when they're able to move the ball on the ground, it really opens up the pass for the Wolves. And probably more importantly, it allows the Wolves to kind of control the tempo and the pace of the game.
Yeah, they did a great job. They just, like I say, that scheme up front is not complex.
Right.
They move around really well up front, and then, like I say, when you got a guy like Dietrich Beavers, it doesn't take much. He's a small guy, and once he gets out in the open, I mean, he's just a shifty guy, a great back there in the backfield. So he does a great job back there, makes guys miss when he needs to in the open space, and then from there, he's able to punch it in on those long runs.
Yeah, Dietrich Beavers had a strong game, 129 yards for Dietrich, a pair of touchdowns as well. Now has 491 yards on the ground and 5 touchdowns landed. He's been very good for the Wolves, and he's going to continue to be a big key, I think, for this offense.
Yeah, he's a guy, he's just real smart. He lets the play develop in front of him. He doesn't force the issue. He gets back there and lets his blockers make their blocks. He finds the gap where he needs to. And if nothing pops up, hey, let me just run up the back of the center and just see if I can get 2 or 3 yards out of it. He's just a smart back, and he's a guy that when he has the ball in his hands, good things can come out of it.
The one guy, though, who I think can really be big for this run game moving forward, Landon, is Day Shaw. We talked about him as a defender, but as an offensive player, I think he can be big for this run game. Dietrich's established himself as the starter. He needs to get the bulk of the carries. He's proven to be a very, very good back. But Dace can come in, and I think he can not only give Dietrich a breather, because Dietrich's playing virtually every snap right now on offense and defense. So not only could Dace give Dietrich a breather, but I think he could also wear down the defense with his size and his strength.
Yeah, I mean, we see it on the defensive side last week that he can really stick his nose in there. He's a strong guy. So like you said, give Dietrich a little bit of a breather, give him the ball, and just see what he can do, and see if he can get you some yards.
Well, let's go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we will talk about Shawnee's opponent for tonight, the Lawton Eisenhower Eagles. You're listening to Shawnee Wolves football on 100.9 FM, and actually, you know what? Right now, we're going to keep it right here. I thought they were about to go straight to the national anthem. They're not quite yet. They are coming out with the colors right now, so we got another minute or so here before the national anthem, Landon. So talking about the pass game, last week it wasn't asked to do a lot, but it was effective when it was called upon. Jameer Owens, 6 of 10 passing, 97 yards. He threw a pair of touchdowns, had the 1 pick, but he completed some big passes, and that was huge.
Yeah, hey, whenever you're asked to play and perform, he's always stepped up to that role. He didn't have to do much, but he went out there and he played the game that he needed to, and he executed well last week.
All right, now we will go ahead and take a break as they're getting set for the national anthem here inside Cameron Stadium. When we come back, we will talk about Shawnee's opponent tonight, the Lawton Eisenhower Eagles. This is Shawnee Wolves football on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
Harrison Discount Pharmacy opened its doors in 1986. David Nicholas and his friendly staff have been serving Shawnee residents with quick refills plus handling transfer prescriptions with ease. Medicare billing can be complicated. Don't stress. The Harrison Discount Pharmacy staff are experienced in all aspects of billing. Enjoy competitive pricing, flu shots, and local delivery. Call in your prescription 24/7 to 405-273-9906.
Score a great deal from Domino's Pizza in Shawnee with their mix and match deals for $6.99 each. Pizza, hot wings, sandwiches, pasta, specialty breads, desserts, and so much more. Kick off the season right and have it delivered right to your home. Don't punt on the coupon finder, drinks, or sauces. Domino's Pizza in Shawnee. Log on to dominospizza.com.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
That was the playing of the national anthem here inside Cameron Stadium on the campus of Cameron Stadium in Lawton, not too far away from Fort Sill, and so a big military presence here in Lawton. They have a really strong, ROTC program here, and some of the ROTC members walking the flag, both the U.S. flag and the Oklahoman flag, on and off the field. Landon, as we look at tonight's game between the Wolves and the Lawton Eisenhower Eagles, it's a big game for both teams. Right now, the Wolves, they control their own playoff destiny. A win keeps them in control of their own playoff destiny. Eisenhower, on the other hand, they're essentially playing to avoid elimination. They won't be mathematically eliminated if they lose tonight, but a fourth district loss would effectively end their playoff hopes. So it really is a big game for both teams.
Yeah, this is one of those games that, one team's trying to keep their season alive. The other has a chance to continue on, get ready for the next week, and play against a tough team. And so, Shawnee getting ready for next week, it's you're thinking about this game. Hey, win this game. You go into a game against a tough opponent in Piedmont, and then you go out there and see what you can do against them. And then this Eisenhower team, hey, they got to come in hungry. They lost a tough game last week. They got to come in hungry, ready to go, and they absolutely have to come away with the win.
Yeah, if you look at Ike, they're a similar team to Shawnee. The Eagles, they have some good athletes, but they're still young and kind of trying to learn the finer points of football. And Landon, it's those details that can really separate good teams from, kind of from the others. And Shawnee and Ike, they both have good athletes to compete and good enough athletes to compete. They're still learning, though, to be those good football players.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Athletes are great. We talked about it with John Marshall last week. A lot of great athletes over there, just guys that don't know how to play football, though. And so that's what you're trying to teach your guys. You're teaching them how to play football, teaching them how to go out there and finish games, teaching them how to go out there and finish drives, teaching them how to go out there and know where to position themselves on the field on defense. And that's where, both Shawnee and Ike can find themselves in trouble a lot. And so we'll see if they can shore that up and see who can come away with the victory tonight.
Offensively, the Eagles, they're going to spread out their formations. In fact, I think they're actually going to throw a lot of formations that the Wolves show as well. The biggest difference, though, is that Ike, they're really going to try to run the ball a lot. They're going to try to run, and they want to run 70, 75% of the time, where Shawnee tries to be a little bit more balanced. I think you look at the numbers, Shawnee a little bit more run heavy this season than they are pass heavy, but it's a lot more balanced than what Ike wants to be. So that run defense for Shawnee, it's going to need to be on its game again tonight, although the run game will look different than what we saw from John Marshall, and it's going to look different than, of course, what we saw from Ardmore and what we'll see from Piedmont next week.
Yeah, I think for them, I think, kind of similar to Shawnee. Now, Shawnee's offensive line has taken a step up this year. Similar to Shawnee's offensive line, though, they don't have that good of an offensive line.
Right.
I think that, they have to kind of cover up that blemish. And so the way that they do that is by, hey, let's get as many people out of the middle as we can, middle of the field as we can. And then let's see if we can find our gaps in between the tackles and see if we can move guys around, get them out to the edge, get your tackles out to the edge, and then cut it up on the backside of them.
Yeah, and Ike's also going to show a lot of option runs. So Wolves defense, they're really going to need to be sound in their assignments. We saw option from Ardmore. We'll see it from Piedmont next week. But, of course, those are triple option teams as opposed to kind of this spread option that's kind of become the more typical option offense you see nowadays.
Yeah, like I say, you take the game out of the hands of your offensive line and pretty much let your athletes have the ball in space and see if they can do something with it. So like you said, Shawnee, got to stay on your assignments. If you don't, you're going to look for Eisenhower to have a lot of big gains tonight, and you got to keep them off the board.
Defensively, Eisenhower, they're going to base out of that 3-4 defense, but they'll show some four-man fronts as well, and this is a defense that has given up just under 30 points per game, and they've given up at least 30 in every district game so far. So points are available, but Shawnee just needs to take advantage.
Yeah, you need to take advantage. When they're in that 3-4 front, you really need to get out there with the run game, really establish yourself. That tells me that, hey, you got to bring in a linebacker whenever you're switching out of the 3-man to the 4-man. Got to bring a linebacker in to kind of shore some things up. That tells me, hey, you can move some guys around in there, get that, establish your dominance at the point of attack, get guys out of there, and your run game can be huge.
Let's go ahead and take another break, and when we come back, Landon and I will have our players to watch and our keys to the game. This is Shawnee Wolves football here on Classic Hits KGFF.
Whether buying or selling, you can count on Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty to be your real estate advisor, negotiator, and trusted professional for all your real estate needs. We believe every client deserves a knowledgeable, well-trained agent to represent them. Our goal is to ensure our clients a stress-free experience. Need advice about real estate? Call Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty at 275-8182 or 598-2126. Please visit our website at bhhsbenchmark.com.
Citizen Potawatomi Nation's Cultural Heritage Center, located near Shawnee, Oklahoma, features 11 immersive galleries with digital and interactive exhibits. Visitors learn about the tribe's history from origin stories to modern day and gain an understanding of Citizen Potawatomi oral traditions and lifeways. Admission is always free. Open weekdays 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturdays 10 to 3. Visit the Cultural Heritage Center on the web at PotawatomiHeritage.com and on Facebook.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits KGFF.
Welcome back to Cameron Stadium here in Lawton. We are inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth as the 2-4 Shawnee Wolves get set to take on the 3-4 Eisenhower Eagles. Both teams come in winless in district play. The Wolves are 0-2. Eisenhower sits at 0-3. And like we were saying, this is a big game for both teams that are looking to keep their playoff hopes alive. So with that said, Landon, who do you want to see step up on the offense?
I want to see the ground game really establish its dominance. I want to see Dietrich Beavers go out there and have a big game. If they run Deshaw out there, I want to see him finally get a chance to get the ball and see what he can do with it. I want to see the run game have a big time tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of change it up from what I wrote down here initially, Landon, but I want to see the offensive line have a big game. Coach Madonna talked about it in the coach's corner. This game could be decided in the trenches, and so for that run game to get going, for Jameer Owens to have time to deliver quality passes, the offensive line has to play well. Eisenhower has some big bodies up front, has some strong guys up front, so offensive line probably will be tested a little bit more than they were last week. I want to see them make that next step. Who do you want to see step up defensively?
That defensive line, I want to see them have another big game tonight. They've done a great job of moving guys up to the defensive line, setting the edge, LaRon Thomas, Toby Gray, DeMario Joyner, and see if those guys can move some stuff in there. But I also want to see that interior defensive line, see if those guys can get in there, move some guys out, create some stoppage in the middle, make it tough on that run game from Lawton Knight.
Yeah, for me, it's Ryan High again. He's the easy answer after last week, but when Ryan's playing well, this defense plays well. It's pretty simple, and so I want to see him have another big game. Let's take one more break. When we come back, we'll have your injury report and starting lineup. This is Shawnee football here on Classic Hits KGFF.
Experts say it takes 10,000 hours to master a skill, but you don't have to be a master to get started. At Gordon Cooper, our hands-on training gets you on the right track right now, with dozens of programs to fit your future. It takes hard work to turn a hobby into your hire, so get to it. Your success story is a lot closer than you think. Gordon Cooper, powered by Career Tech.
The Clinic Pharmacy has a rich history and tradition of working hard to improve the quality of your life since 1967. You can have your prescriptions filled and shop for baby apparel, plush toys, warmies, blankets, seasonal decor, plus gift wrapping is free. Friend them on Facebook to see information important to your everyday health and the best times to get your immunizations and boosters. We're not sure what happened with the horse? The Clinic Pharmacy, working hard to improve the quality of your life.
Golf tip number 1 is to relax and have fun. Fire Lake Golf Course is the perfect place to soak up the outdoors with friends and family. Golf is a great way to challenge yourself no matter your age. There's no better feeling than when you hit a great shot or sink a long putt. Relax, have fun, and keep your eye on the ball at Fire Lake Golf Course. Book a tee time. Call 405-275-4471.
For many years, most people in the midst of arranging a funeral have had only 2 choices, cremation or burial. But there is a third option available, aquamation or flameless cremation. McEllier and Owens Funeral Group offers this environmentally friendly, less costly alternative to traditional cremation or burial. Mike McEllier or Robert Owens would be glad to discuss this water-based, sustainable method of final disposition with you. Call McEllier and Owens today at 405-695-5006 or stop by 5106 North Harrison in Shawnee.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back inside the Sovereign Bank broadcast booth here at Cameron Stadium. I'm Chris Cox. We're getting set for the opening kickoff, so we'll get to your starting lineups here in just a little bit. But let's run through that injury report really quick, Landon. The Wolves getting healthier. Kiefer Landis back, but Delmon Miller, he is out tonight. He injured his knee in practice. He's not going to play tonight. The coaches were hopeful that he might play, but it looks like he's going to be out this evening. And we'll get to those starters here in a little bit. The Lawton Eisenhower won the toss, so the Eagles chose to defer. They will kick off to start the game. Landon, the Wolves will be receiving first. Eisenhower is kicking from left to right, so Shawnee will have the ball first, and this offense will get an opportunity to make plays from the opening kickoff here.
Yeah, you get a chance to go out there, kind of show off what you got, bring in some of that momentum from last week, and we'll see if they can get it done.
Sun's going down here, and the temperature's dropping pretty quick, so we're getting jackets on right now. But the Eisenhower Eagles getting the ball teed up. They are wearing their sky blue jerseys tonight with sky blue helmets, white pants. Shawnee in their dark blue pants, dark blue helmets with white jerseys and blue numbers. Shawnee kind of scooting some guys up in preparation of this pooch kick by the Eagles here, as the Eagles are getting set to kick it away. It looks like it's going to be number 37, Brian Frias, getting set to kick it away, has the ball teed up at the 40 for the Eagles.
Let's see what we can do here. The game's starting up.
Back deep for Shawnee, you have Dietrich Beavers, Ejon Thomas. Don't know if they'll be able to kick it. There's a little squib kick. It's on the ground, and it's just going to be covered up. Probably a smart move right there by Shawnee just to cover that one up. That was number 15 for the Wolves who jumped on it, as the Wolves will start with the ball at the 32-yard line, it looks like. 33-yard line is where Shawnee will start.
Yeah, that's one right there. Just like you said, just a heady play by him, just to fall on top of it and get your offense out there.
Starting quarterback for the Wolves is Jameer Owens, Jr. He's joined in the backfield by Quentin Trapp, Dietrich Beavers. On the outside, Keno Citizen, Laron Thomas, Ejon Thomas. We'll get to that offensive line here in just a second. 2 receivers stacked to the left, 1 receiver to the right. There's a handoff to Beavers. Beavers trying to get into the backfield, or Beavers trying to spin away from a tackle in the backfield, and he is dropped. A tackle for loss there, right there by the Eisenhower Eagles. That is Kingston Tito getting back in the backfield, and that was one guy that Coach Madonna said the Wolves are going to have to be aware of. He's got some decent strength, but he's pretty quick off the ball, and we saw that quickness right there, dropping Dietrich for a loss of 3 back to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, tried to run a power there, but just couldn't get there. Didn't get there in time. Like I said, just blew it up in the backfield.
2 receivers each side. Trap the lone back in the backfield. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens with time. A quick pass, and that is going to be incomplete. He and Keno Citizen not on the same page. I don't know. That might have actually been intended for Ejon Thomas, and Thomas just didn't come back.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he put it right there. There wasn't anybody there, so if Thomas would have come back, he would have had it. But like you said, I think Keno Citizen was like, "Hey, where you going, bud?" And yeah, I think just a little bit of miscommunication on that one.
Starting offensive line real quick for the Wolves from left to right. Kendall Gillum, Warrior Squire, Brody Oliver, Harvey Villa, and Jaquan Evans. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Owens with the snap looking to throw. Owens with time. Owens now will kind of scramble around, try to buy some time. Owens will dump it off, trying to get it to Beavers, and it's tipped and intercepted. Intercepted by Ike, and they are returning it down the field. We do have a flag on the play, but I think this is going to be Ike football, Landon, at the 25-yard line, and that is not what the Wolves needed. A turnover, setting Eisenhower up in great field position.
Yeah, just one of those plays where you get out of the pocket. A great job getting out of the pocket, trying to find something down the field, and it just hit him right in the hands and couldn't bring it in. And that will be a hold on Shawnee.
Yeah, hold on Shawnee. Will move the ball, or will keep the ball in Eisenhower's possession and all the way back to the 24-yard line. So Eisenhower taking over in really good field position at the 24-yard line, Landon.
Yeah, tough way to start the game. You go out there, you get in 3rd down and long, and then you just turn the ball over right away.
Eisenhower coming out, 3 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right. There's the snap, and that is a quarterback run play, and he keeps it, goes straight up the middle, and that'll be close to a 1st down for the quarterback, Charlie Tracty, on the run. In fact, I think he's going to get just enough to move the chains as he gets down to the 13-yard line.
Yeah, right there. We talked about staying on your assignment. The Wolves bid on the read option. He's able to send it, and there's a whole bunch of space up in the middle, and he gets the 1st down.
Eisenhower back to the line of scrimmage in a hurry. Tracty with 3 receivers to the left again, 1 receiver to the right again. Lone back in the backfield is number 17. That's Rashard Elzy. There's a quick pass. That pass goes to Elzy. Elzy makes the grab, and he is going to be brought down. No, still pushing the pile, and finally brought down at about the 6-yard line. So Tracty completing the pass. And back up at the line of scrimmage in a hurry. That was number 11, Aiden Monagold, who made the catch. Handoff goes now to Elzy. Elzy powers his way forward. He'll have a 1st down, and he stopped just shy of the goal line at the 1.
Yeah, right now, Shawnee doing a great job of flying around the ball, just not really getting their angles down. And on that play right there, just a huge power back gets the ball.
And there's a quick snap, and that will be Tracty, who just runs it in for the touchdown. And just like that, Landon, Eisenhower turning a turnover into points, and they now lead the Wolves 6-0.
Yeah, like you said, just started in the short field. They're a quick offense. They run the ball real fast, and Shawnee just didn't have an answer for it on that drive.
And that's one thing we didn't see a lot last week was just some quick plays. Now they're going to go with the 2-point conversion. There's a little reverse, and that guy is just cut off, and that is going to be intercepted in the back of the end zone as Deshaw ended up, I think, just taking a knee to end that play.
I don't think you can advance on the 2-point conversion.
I thought you could on a turnover.
I don't think in high school you can.
Okay.
I don't know that, but I don't think he ever took a knee. I just think they
just
went ahead and called it. Yeah, they went ahead and blew it dead. But a great job there to answer on the 2-point conversion. But like you said, just a tough go on your first offensive drive. You get into a 3rd and long, turn the ball over on 3rd and long, give Lawton Ike a short field, and they made short work of that. I mean, they went down there, moved the ball quickly, moved the ball around, and put the ball in the end zone pretty quick.
Yeah, so it's 6-0 right now, Landon. And Landon, the Wolves, they need to find an answer here offensively.
Yeah, you got to go out there. You got to figure out a way to put the ball in the end zone, move the ball, and try to stay ahead of the chains.
Back deep to receive, Ejon Thomas and Dietrich Beavers. As number 37 has the ball teed up again for Eisenhower. It's Brian Frias. Shawnee kind of sneaking a couple guys forward. And there will be another little squib kick that will bounce and be taken at the 30. Picked up by one of the Shawnee returners, and he'll just kind of lower his shoulder and see where he can go. He'll get up to about the 37-yard line. So not bad right there by number 18 for the Wolves.
Yeah, did a great job just kind of moving up, getting what you could get. Give this offense a chance to go out there, figure out what they've done since they've been over there on the sideline, come out here ready to go.
So 1st and 10 for the Wolves, ball at the 38-yard line. Shawnee coming out with 2 receivers to the right side, and they will have 3 receivers, to the right side, 1 receiver to the left side, 1 back in the backfield. It's Beavers back there to the right of Jameer Owens. We got 9:48 to go here in this first quarter. There's a quick pass caught by Keno Citizen. Citizen going right up the middle and spun down, but a big play right there as Citizen into Ike territory down at the 38-yard line.
Yeah, and something we've talked about the last few weeks, Keno Citizen having trouble catching the ball, but he has the big play capability right there. He catches the ball, he gets a big first down, a great first play for that Shawnee offense.
To the Eisenhower 38, where the Wolves now have a 1st and 10, 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Handoff, nope, it's going to be a fake, and Owens is buried. And we'll see if they throw a flag here for intentional grounding, although if the ball's tipped, it kind of takes away intentional grounding. So I think they're going to say that the ball was tipped and it will be 2nd down.
Well, I think they're going to say that actually he was trying to throw it to Zyron Campbell out there because the referee kind of pointed at Zyron.
Well, that's generous if they're saying Zyron was in the area. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, 1 back in the backfield. 2nd down, here is Owens looking to throw. Owens again going across the middle. That pass is tipped and incomplete, a little bit behind LaRon Thomas. Thomas looking for a flag, but it will be 3rd down upcoming.
Yeah, he was right there in Thomas's hip pocket. Could have gone either way, but now you're going to have to figure out what you can do in 3rd and long. You're on your side of the 40, so you're probably going to be going for 4 here.
Yeah, that would be my guess, is that you're in 4-down territory. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. 9:23 to go here in this first quarter on 3rd down. Here's Owens looking to throw. There's a flag. Pass goes out to Beavers. Beavers has the 1st down, and Beavers has a lot more. Beavers still moving, and Beavers brought down inside the 15, down to the 12. We'll see if this stands, though, as there's a flag right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, and this one's probably going to come back, probably got a hold on Shawnee.
And it is going to be a hold on Shawnee. And that is unfortunate, Landon, because that would have been a big play for the Wolves.
Well, that's one of those there. I mean, you just really got to trust yourself on the screen pass because really what you're doing, you're going 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Then you're releasing so that you can block the next level as they get the screen pass off to the running back. And right there, just, the offensive linemen, they're young guys. They still don't exactly trust themselves yet, don't trust themselves to make that play. And right there just got the hold on them.
So it makes 3rd down and 10. It makes it now 3rd down instead of 3rd down and 10, I should say. It'll make it 3rd down and 20 with the ball at the 48-yard line. So 3rd and 20 for the Wolves. Shawnee with 3 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens with time. Owens looking to dump it off, trying to get it over to Beavers. Beavers just not looking for it. Beavers was looking inside. That pass went out to his outside shoulder. And landing this Wolves offense, it's kind of just off right now.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what they can do. Miscommunication there. I think Beavers' route was probably supposed to go outside the numbers. He cuts inside the numbers, and the ball just wasn't there. So, something that you're going to have to go over to the sideline. Coach is going to have to draw some stuff up on the board, see if they can get some things going, and see if they can, shore up that miscommunication.
Shawnee does have their punt team out, and it is Lance Williams out there. And that's a false start, so that'll at least give Shawnee 5 extra yards on this punt. As the defense for Lawton Ike jumps off, I think that was number 17, who jumped early, Richard Elsie. But it'll still be 4th down, and the punt team will still be out there, Landon. I would imagine Shawnee would need to get at least another false start here from Ike before even thinking about going forward on 4th.
Yeah, you'd need to get inside your own 40.
So Williams back to punt the ball away. A couple guys back deep for Ike. I can't see their numbers, but it looks like that might be number 10 back there. There's Williams. He gets it away, and that's a good-looking punt by Lance Williams. It'll bounce, it'll roll, and it will be downed. Oh, Shawnee just could not get there in time. It goes into the end zone, and it will be down for into the end zone for a touchback, Landon. But a nice punt right there by Lance Williams to flip the field and to force Eisenhower to start at their own 20.
Yeah, he's done a great job these past few weeks of really focusing in and making sure that his punts, make it down the field. He doesn't, he's not trying to force anything. He's not trying to be too fast. And like you said, a good punt there, 1 second away from nailing them inside the 1. So a tough break there, but hey, you get them on the 20, you get to see if you can stop this offense from moving down the field too quickly.
Yeah, I think the Shawnee gunner actually got down there in time, just couldn't control the ball. Here's Tracty looking to throw. There's a quick pass. That pass is going to be caught by big number 11, and that is Aiden Mangold on the catch. He was brought down by Ryan High and Lance Williams on that tackle.
Yeah, that's a big target out there. That's a big old cat. He, he's doing a great job tonight of just kind of being in the space, figuring out where he needs to go, and just being a big target for the quarterback to find.
Picks up 4, makes it 2nd down now and 6 at the 24-yard line. 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right, and there's a handoff, and that is Elzy. Elzy in the backfield breaking tackles, and Elzy able to get the first down. He broke a Ryan High tackle, not something that you see very often. Jason Hare ultimately able to bring him down at the 32.
It looks like we got one of the Ike guys down on the field.
We do have an injured Ike player right now as Elzy got the first down. So with the injury, we will take a timeout. This is Shawnee football here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
Fred's Tire and Battery is locally owned and proudly serves Shawnee and the surrounding area. With 2 locations, you get fast professional service. Fred's offers alignment, oil changes, and a complete line of batteries, all proudly made in the USA. Plus Firestone, Bridgestone, and Mastercraft tires. The next time you need service on your car or truck, be sure to stop in Fred's Tire and Battery. 2 convenient locations, 16 West Highland and 2533 North Harrison. Your one-stop, on-the-spot auto service headquarters.
Hey, Shawnee fans, Finley & Cook CPAs is proud to be part of the Wolves Pack for over 75 years. From the heart of Shawnee, Oklahoma, we've seen legends rise and unforgettable moments shine on the field and court. As our Wolves tackle, dribble, and score, remember, just like Shawnee's spirit, our commitment to our community and Wolves never wavers. Go, Wolves! Proudly supported by Finley & Cook, serving Shawnee's numbers, nurturing Shawnee's dreams.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Cameron Stadium. I believe that was number 52, Isaiah Esquivel, who got injured on the play. There's a little pop pass to number 10 for Eisenhower, and he gets out to the edge, and he's going down the sideline, and that is a big play, and we have a flag, as I think this one might be coming back, Landon.
Yeah, that's one of those, as a coaching staff, if you're Lawton Ike, you're probably not going to be too happy about that one. As Dietrich Beavers found himself on the ground, and the guy just kind of hounded him while he was there.
Yeah, that play happened right at midfield, and it was away from the play, too. And so it will be a hold, and it will back up Eisenhower. It'll back him up, though, from the spot of the foul. So it'll be at the – are they going to back him up from the – they're going to back him up from where the foul happened. So, yeah, it'll be a spot foul, loss of 10. It'll still be first down, but it'll be first down and about 5.
Yeah, right there, just a tough job getting out to the edge. Shawnee couldn't get out there, but luckily it comes back.
So 1st and 5, there's Tracty on the keeper, and he goes nowhere as he is stuffed. Jason Hare with the tackle for the Wolves.
Yeah, again, right there, just stayed home. Jason Hare, just let him come to him, bring them down. He's a short tackler. These other guys for Eisenhower in the backfield, you're going to have to get back there. You're probably going to have to get a couple of guys in there, especially with Elzy. He's a big, tough guy to bring down. Get a couple of guys around to bring him down. But that quarterback, if you can get guys on there, you can bring him down easy.
2nd down and 6. Here's Tracty looking to throw. There's a quick pass caught by Mangold, and Mangold is hit immediately and brought down Ryan High with the tackle at the 40. That'll bring up 3rd down and short for the Eagles.
Yeah, and one thing about guys like him, he's a big guy, big target out there, but some of those guys are really easy to bring down if you can get them right in the midsection, and Ryan High did a great job hitting them right there.
Eisenhower quickly back up to the line of scrimmage. Yeah, Mangold, 6'3", 225, a big target, like you said. 2 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Handoff goes to Elzy. Elzy trying to dance to the outside. Actually, that's number 3, and he's not going to get there. In fact, he's going to be stopped for a loss. DeMario Joyner, Ryan High, Noah Waldrop combining to make that tackle, and that'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, and right there, just getting out to the edge. He does a great job working down the line. Ryan High, flying around. DeMario Joyner doing a great job moving around, and they get the tackle in the backfield.
Back to the 39-yard line, and it looks like Eisenhower will decide to run the punt team out there. So a good stop by the defense, Landon. 6:50 to go here in this first quarter of play. Wolves down 6-0, but they should get some decent field position here. I was watching Eisenhower kind of warm up and punt and kick in their warm-ups, and it wasn't the strong suit for them, but we'll see what they can do here. Deshaw back to receive for Shawnee. It's Worry punting the ball away, and it is a line drive of a kick. It'll be picked up by Jason Hare. He's going to try to make something happen, and Hare doesn't get a lot out of it, but he's able to get across the 40 to the 42.
Yeah, it just kind of fell right in his lap.
He did.
It just kind of fell right there. He was able to get it, and like you said, just able to move it up. Let's see if this offense can do a few good things on offense last drive. You go out there, you get the first down, you move it down the field, and then a few things go wrong for you. You can't seem to answer it. You do a great job of getting a third down conversion that gets brought back for a hold. The offensive line's got to start trusting themselves to make the plays that they can make. See if this offense can go down there and finally put one on the board.
1st and 10 for Shawnee. 2 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Handoff goes to Deshaw. Shaw trying to get to the outside. Shaw makes a guy miss, stays on his feet, breaks more tackles. And Deshaw showing some of that strength as he's able to pick up about 6 on that run.
Yeah, and right there, just kind of moving guys around, seeing what he can get. Slowly, patient. Finds the gap. He gets a 5-yard gain.
Yeah, they'll give him 5 to the 47-yard line. 2 receivers to the left again, 1 receiver to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Shaw, the deep back. And there's a pitch to Shaw. Shaw trying to find the hole. He does, spins away. Shaw then chopped down, might have gotten back to the line of scrimmage. In fact, I think he might have been stopped for a loss. And he was stopped for a loss of 1 on the play. Back to the 48-yard line, or 49-yard line, so stopped for a loss of 2.
And Shawnee just had a tough time getting out to the edge as he got outside and just nowhere to really run for him.
It'll be 3rd down now for Shawnee. As Owens is going to look to throw, that pass is caught by LaRon Thomas. Thomas trying to turn forward, and Thomas is spun around. Got just enough. I think he got right to the sticks, Landon.
Yeah, that's one of those you're just hoping, hey, just fall back, and he tries to make something happen. He's luckily able to get back to that first down marker and get the first down. And a tough job there. Great job hanging on to that ball because it got a little loose there.
Yeah, he got right to the line to gain at the 48-yard line, so that'll be just enough to move the sticks. 1st and 10 for Shawnee, 2 receivers each side. Beavers in the backfield again to the left of Owens. Handoff goes to Beavers. Beavers goes up the middle. Beavers with a nice little run as he's able to kind of shoot forward for about 6 yards.
And that's one thing he does good. Once he gets low and kind of lowers his shoulders to kind of brace with the ball, he becomes almost hard to see, almost impossible to see in the backfield. He's able to get a good gain there.
Yeah, gets 5, makes it 2nd down and 5. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And there's a false start by Eisenhower, and that'll move the Wolves forward 5 yards and should give them a new set of downs. As it looks like that's going to be number 32 running off for the Eagles. I'm guessing he was the guilty party, Howard Bowers there.
Well, we talked before the game about the mistakes that both teams can make, and right now Shawnee taking advantage of a young team in Eisenhower. A lot of times, teams taking advantage of the young team in Shawnee. Right now, Shawnee doing that against Eisenhower.
1st and 10 for the for the Wolves in Eagle territory at the 38-yard line. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And here is Owen. No, he hands off to Beavers. Beavers trying to get to the edge, and Beavers spun around and knocked out of bounds. I thought Owens pulled that, Landon. That one, it wasn't the cleanest thing in the world, but Beavers able to make it happen.
Yeah, I think that was one right there. The snap was just a little off. He kind of had to make something happen and just, hey, hand it off, give it to Beavers, and see what he can do with it.
Up to the 35-yard line. So a gain of 3, short gain on the play. 2nd down, 7 upcoming. Here's Owens. Quick pass out to Keno Citizen. Citizen going down the sideline, and Citizen stays in bounds. Nope, now steps out of bounds. And he was pulled out of bounds. It's kind of a late whistle, but a short gain on the play. But Shawnee staying ahead of the sticks. It'll be 3rd down and short.
Yeah, right here, you're looking for a first down. If you don't get it, though, we're in 4-down territory.
3rd down and 4. 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. And that is, I believe, Has Shaw in the backfield. It is, and there's the handoff to Shaw. Shaw goes up the middle. First down for Dace Shaw, and a little bit more as he's inside the 15, or inside the 25 down to the 24. A nice strong run right there by Dace to move the chains.
Yeah, that was just a great job. Open up a hole enough on the offensive front, and then he's able to shoot through it and get a little bit more as he's a powerful back.
Tony Worry with the tackle for Eisenhower. Again, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And we have a flag here. I think Jaquan Evans got going a little bit early.
Yeah, and this is one of those drives that you don't get a lot of if you're Shawnee. You know, you try to score quickly. You don't really go on too many long drives, and you know, you just kind of got to get your conditioning underneath you. And sometimes when you don't have that, you get those false start penalties.
This will be the 7th play, or the 8th play of the drive already. Under 4 minutes to go here in this first quarter of play. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens rolling out. Owens trying to dump it off to Shaw. Shaw can't handle it as Owens hit the turf. And that will be an incomplete pass, and it will bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, right there, just waiting on the screen to develop. Finally, Dace Shaw able to come open. Just couldn't bring it in.
And that was Kingston Tito, the defensive end, who showed his quickness there to make Jameer kind of have to hurry up that screen pass.
Yeah.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Shaw in the backfield to the right of Owens. Owens gets the snap. Owens looking to throw. Owens under pressure, and Owens spun around, and Owens fires this one up, and that is going to be incomplete. Wow, what a good job by Jameer Owens to get rid of that and make it third down and 15 instead of 3rd down and a lot further.
Hey, sometimes you just got to show off the arm strength, and he did a great job there getting rid of it. And then Keno Citizen, a great job of getting in the area after he threw it.
Yeah. 2 receivers each side for Shawnee. Beavers in the backfield. Got to think that this probably is 4-down territory, Landon. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens will step up, go across the middle. That's caught by LaRon Thomas, and Thomas with a good play. Well, maybe now, Landon, maybe you take the point since you're a lot closer to field goal range, and it looks like they will run the field goal team out there. But that was a good job, though, by Jameer to at least make this field goal a lot easier.
Yeah, that's one where you're saying, hey, just get what you can get. Don't force anything and put yourself in a good position. He did a great job stepping up in the pocket, delivering the pass. LaRon Thomas, a great catch in traffic. He's able to bring it down and make this interesting.
Straightaway field goal here for Rhett Neese, and that kick is up, and that kick is going to be good. So Rhett Neese knocks it through, and the Wolves are on the board. They cut the lead in half. It's now 6-3 with 3 minutes to go here in this first quarter of play, Landon.
Yeah, you know, we talked about it before. He's one of the guys that's been consistent throughout the tenure here, of his tenure here, rather. He's been the one that's been pretty consistent, and he goes out there again and knocks one through the uprights. He's getting better as a kicker. He's learning how to play, not just be a kicker, but learn situational football and be ready for anything. And right there, did a great job. You know, that's one thing that's tough for high school teams, especially whenever you're in the middle of the field. You know, nobody scored a touchdown. Getting your field goal team ready to go. They did a great job getting out there on the field, and then Rhett Neese did a great job just knocking that one down.
Yeah, one thing we've seen from Neese this year is that he has a strong leg. That's not an issue with him. He can boot the ball from 45 yards and at least have the distance. It's been the accuracy that he's had to work on, and he's gotten better. And now tonight there's minimal wind. That kick was straight away. He didn't have to put any sort of angle or anything on it, so it was for him, relatively easy kick, and he knocked it through. But yeah, seeing him improve has been good for the Wolves, and the fact that he's been almost automatic on extra points has been a huge plus for Shawnee.
Well, it's something they haven't had a lot of. I mean, you're talking about, you know, guys coming in, just, you know, you're running offensive linemen in there to try to kick the PAT, and he gives you another weapon out there that you can really trust at the end of games if you get into a close game, and he gives you something to look forward to.
Neese set to boot the ball away from the 40-yard line. He'll put his foot into it, and that is a really good kick. It'll be taken at the 4-yard line by Eisenhower. Looking to make something happen in the return game is Eisenhower. They make a couple guys miss, and I think this one will be coming back, though, as we might have a hold, but a strong return by the Eisenhower returner up to the 37-yard line, 36-yard line, but I think this is coming back, Landon.
Yeah, not only that, a little pushing and shoving after the play. Looked like one of the Shawnee guys got kicked out there. But, yeah, I think this one's coming back, either a block in the back or a hold kind of in that area.
We'll see what the official says here. It will be a hold, and it'll be a hold at the 31, so that'll be a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, so that'll back Eisenhower up to the 21, Landon. Landon, the defense able to get off the field last time. Let's see what they can do here on this possession.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, last time did a great job kind of like moving around the ball, getting there. They shored up. One thing that happened on that first drive, obviously you start in a short field, but they went out there and they're flying around, but they're not getting the right angles. I think last drive they did a great job getting the right angles, getting where they needed to be, getting around the ball. And that's what you're going to have to do with the big back like back there like Elsie. You're going to have to get around the ball, get multiple people around there, and bring down the ball carrier.
1st and 10 for Eisenhower at the 21-yard line. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Here is Trachty looking to throw. He's going across the middle. That is broken up. A great play by Ejon Thomas, breaking on the ball and knocking that away.
Yeah, Ejon Thomas just dropping back in coverage, watching the quarterback's eyes. The second the ball gets released, he's able to run up and knock the ball down. Just a great play there by Thomas.
2nd down upcoming now for Eisenhower. Ball at the 21-yard line. Deshaw comes off the field kind of limping a little bit, but we'll see if he just kind of needs to get things loosened back up. We'll keep an eye on that. Here is another quick pass by Trachty. That's caught by Mangold. Mangold, though, quickly wrapped up, kind of kept his feet moving and was able to pick up a few yards, but stopped at the 28-yard line.
Yeah, and all they're doing right now on the Eisenhower side is just seeing, hey, Mangold, let the rest of the guys kind of move around, spread it out, see if you can find him in space and just get it for a short gain. And they've been using that a lot tonight.
Yeah, and it's been working. And when you have a tight end, and it's actually Mangold, we both said it wrong that time, but when you have a tight end that's 6'3", 225 in high school, I mean, he's got a lot of strength. He's going to be tough to bring down.
Yeah, he's a big old cat, and he, like I say, he gives you a big target, and so whenever he drops into the zone and just kind of finds the gap in the defense, then you got to get to him and bring him down.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And they're going to run with a direct snap to number 44. That is Tito, and Tito gets the first down. We've seen him make plays on defense, and right there he gets the direct snap, just goes to the left side and moves the chains.
Yeah, and that's one right there. You see a lot of Shawnee defensive players in the backfield. The defensive line actually got in the back. Looked like DeMario Joyner got back there. Now you really want to see them, hey, once you get to the backfield, you really got to find the ball and work your way down the line, whichever direction it is. Right there, just kind of ran upfield and just kind of let them get on the edge.
1st and 10 at the 34-yard line, and it's still Tito back there at quarterback. With 1 back next to him, 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Tito gets the snap. He's going to look to run again. Tries to find a hole, and that time he's bottled up. Might have lost a yard on that play, as that was bottled up nicely by Ryan High. And DeMario Joyner, I think, also getting in. Toby Gray getting in there as well for the Wolves.
Well, and you saw it right there. Great adjustment by that defensive line of not moving up the field, moving side to side, forcing them to keep pushing outside. And right there just did a great job containing it, setting up your inside, and bringing them down.
2nd down, 11. 3 receivers to the right. Nobody to the left. Trachty back in at quarterback. Trachty looking to throw. Trachty under pressure. Trachty's going to be brought down. Ryan High back there for the Wolves. Also getting back there for Shawnee is, I'm trying to see what number that is. Looks like that's number 16, Jaden Smith as well. He's come on really strong over the past 3 games, and a big sack makes it 3rd down and long now for Eisenhower.
Yeah, Jaden Smith gives you a lot of different looks out there, the different things that he can do on the defensive side of the ball. He can play on the line. He can play at that linebacker level. He can drop back in coverage. He's doing a great job so far this season. Kind of came on late. We didn't get to see too much of him. Kind of came in that Bishop McGinnis game. We're getting to see him step up this season.
3rd down and 19 to go. Here's Trachty looking to throw. Trachty under pressure again. And Trachty's going to, no, he's not going to escape as he is brought down by the Wolves defense, and that'll bring up 4th down now. DeMario Joyner, the first guy back there. Jason Hare getting back there as well, Landon.
Yeah, DeMario Joyner, he just gives that mismatch. He gives you a mismatch on the inside of that offensive line. If you're a guard trying to block DeMario Joyner in a passing situation, you better keep your base level, because if you're not on balance, he's going to push you out of the way, and he's quick enough to get to that quarterback. And right there, he showed it, just able to get the strength, push the guard out of the way. Then once he's back there, you can't get away from him.
4th down and 29 now, as the clock will run out in the first quarter after 1. Shawnee down by 3. 6-3 is the score. We'll have the second right after this. This is Shawnee football here on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Farewell complications. Later stress. Goodbye business hours. Say hello to the Arvesco mobile banking app. From Arvesco, you can deposit directly time anywhere, and it's only from Arvest Bank. Goodbye limits, hello possibilities. Arvest Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Pinecliff Printers, 1815 North Harrison, Suite 1, helps you make a great impression with all your printing needs. Business cards, brochures, banners, even rubber stamps and invoices. Pinecliff's experience-friendly staff will be happy to assist you. Be sure to pick up your Shawnee Wolves football program at all home games. Proceeds benefit the Shawnee Quarterback Club. Pinecliff Printers, 275-7351. Making a great impression for you and a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. Friend them on Facebook.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Cameron Stadium here in Lawton as we get set to start this second quarter of play. The Wolves down by 3. 6-3 is the score, but the Wolves getting set to get the ball back here after this punt. It's a high punt, and it will be taken by Keno Citizen at the 44. Citizen trying to make something happen. Citizen trying to get to the sideline, and a big return there by Keno Citizen. We do have a flag, though, on the play.
There'll be a hold on Lawton Ike.
On Lawton Ike, so that will, I think it's either you decline the penalty and take the ball where you got it, or you back them up 10 more yards. I would just probably take the ball where they have it, Landon.
Yeah, a great return there. Again, we get to see the explosiveness of Keno Citizen. He gets the ball, and he's able to make something happen. I think Coach Madonna's going to see if they can tack this one on.
Yeah, the official's going to go over and talk to Coach Madonna right there, and we'll see what the decision is. It will be a hold against Lawton Ike.
Holding against Eisenhower.
And so it will be 10 yards or half the distance from the end of the run, Landon.
Yeah, that's big time right there.
Or is it a repunt?
I think they're going to go ahead and start on offense because he signaled first down.
Yeah, that's
Shawnee,
right. That's right. He signaled, so it'll be, you're right, 1st and 10 for the Wolves with the ball at the 13-yard line.
Shawnee struggled last week in the short field. Couldn't seem to punch anything in the short field. They did better in the open field. We'll see if they can punch one in here, as it looks like they all start on the line here. We'll see what formation this is. This one's new.
This is Dietrich Beavers getting set to take a direct snap, and that's going to be a false start. As I like the play design, I just didn't like that 3 guys got going a little bit early.
Yeah, again, introducing people to the field. You're finally getting your first play time out there, and I think they're going to stick with this formation. But, yeah, you got new guys out there trying to learn what they can do. A huge package up front, a lot of guys going on. And, yeah, Dietrich Beavers is going to stay out there.
And it is that same formation. Beavers trying to make something happen. Beavers scooting forward, and that didn't work as Beavers got no gain, and that'll bring up 2nd down now and 15.
Yeah, I think that's one where, you kind of try to catch them off guard that first play. If you don't get it, especially or if you false start like they did, you probably just go back to your conventional offense. But they tried it out there. Not enough guys moving on that offensive front, and, just kind of blew it up before the play could ever get going.
So it'll be 2nd down now. As Shawnee comes out with 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. And Shawnee trying to throw it up, and that should be, wow, intercepted as Thomas was absolutely just manhandled. And now the Eisenhower defensive back going to take it all the way to the house for a score. And the Shawnee coaching staff, Landon, they are not happy. Jameer Owens got absolutely just manhandled, could not turn around and look for the ball. And the Eisenhower defender able to get the easy interception.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened on that play. I'm not sure what the referees were watching. But, yeah, like you said, just a huge momentum blown up for Shawnee there. Just, I don't know. A lot of different ways you could have called it.
So Eisenhower again showing that swinging gate look. As they will try to go for 2 here. And they're going to be stopped again. So they don't get the 2-point conversion again as Jaden Smith comes up with the hit, Landon. But the Wolves down 12-3 after that turnover.
Yeah, your defense goes out there and gets a stop. The punt team goes out there and gives you good field position, and then you go out there and turn the ball over. Now, hey, you can talk about the call, you can talk about whatever happened, but after the throw or before the throw, but the fact of the matter is you got an interception, they got a pick six, you're down 9 now whenever you start in the short field. So we'll see what this kick team can do, see if they can put them in good field position. But this offense is going to have to wake up tonight and see if they can put some points on the board.
So it will be Eisenhower, I should say, getting set to kick the ball away, as the Wolves will try to answer here, Landon. If you're the Wolves offense, again, you've struggled for whatever reason in the red zone, Landon. What do the Wolves need to do to consistently move the ball on offense? I know it's still early, there's still a lot of time, but down 12-3, you haven't been able to do much offensively yet.
I think you just got to work in the short field. I think you can't try to take too much, and you just got to go out there and hey, maybe instead of a 10-yard route, let's run a 5-yard route, get Jameer Owens' feet underneath him a little bit. And then on top of that, you're talking to your running backs, you're talking to your offensive line, telling them to communicate up front a little bit and see if, you can shore up some of those things where you're letting guys kind of blitz from the outside and see if you can keep them out of there.
So Eisenhower with the ball teed up, getting set to throw this, or get set to knock this one away. And there is the kick, another squib kick, and it will bounce, and it will be picked up at the 29-yard line by Trapp. Trapp trying to make something happen, and he goes backwards and loses yards. And we have a flag here as a Eisenhower player ends up on the turf. So I think Shawnee will be backed up even further, Landon.
Yeah, just all around, just not a good go right there. Like you said, moving backwards, gets pulled down from behind, and then it looked like maybe we'll have like a blindside block or a late hit maybe on Shawnee. Be a hold.
A hold against, they say against Eisenhower? Or against Shawnee? Oh, I heard the PA guy say against Eisenhower. I was looking down at my score sheet and heard Eisenhower, but yeah, it will be against Shawnee, and it should back up the Wolves.
Yeah, so far, on the offensive side of the ball, just struggling in all aspects except for one, and that was just that one punt return that Keno Citizen had. But so far tonight, you just seem to be moving backwards every time Shawnee has the ball.
And the Wolves right now have it at the 18-yard line. So 3 receivers to the left, and now here's a direct snap, and that's Dietrich Beavers trying to stretch it out and get to the edge. Beavers now going backwards, cutting it back up the middle of the field, and Dietrich just trying to fight his way backwards as Kingston Tito jumps up on top of the pile. And they will blow the play dead after that loss of 3.
Yeah, and that's one again where you try to get out to the boundary. And really what you want to do if you're Dietrich Beavers, you want to see if that tackle can set up some sort of edge, see if you can cut to the inside of it. And he gets to the outside where there's nobody out there. And that Lawton guys were everywhere that he wanted to be.
2nd down and 12, 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right, 1 back in the backfield, and that's Beavers to the right of Owens. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens a quick pass that's going to be incomplete, intended for Zyron Campbell. I think that pass got a little bit low and might have hit the turf before Zyron could get down there.
Yeah, Zyron had to adjust to the ball, like you said, being a little low, and he just went right through his hands. Just went straight to the turf. And yeah, right now Shawnee again just kind of stalling out on the offensive side.
2 receivers each side for Shawnee. Beavers in the backfield. Owens looking to throw. Owens going to fire this one deep, going down to LaRon Thomas, and that is going to be incomplete as Shawnee coaches are looking for a foul. And again, no flag, but the Shawnee coaching staff not happy as that was broken up, and that'll bring up 4th down. And Landon, this Shawnee offense just unable to get anything going right now.
Yeah, just can't really seem to get the ball moving, can't seem to stay ahead of the chains, can't seem to stay on schedule. And right now just giving ample amount of opportunities to Lawton, can't seem to do anything. This defense doing a great job of giving the offense opportunities. The offense is doing a tough time of rewarding the defense for those opportunities.
Williams back to punt it away. Gets it away. It's a low line drive punt. And that will bounce and be fielded at the 49-yard line by the Eisenhower returner. That's Siri Sheridan, and he's going to get about 10 on the return. Actually, about 8 on the return as he gets up to the 41.
Yeah, great job there by Shawnee getting around the ball and bringing them down. Those rolling punts, you get a little scared because those guys can really gather up a little bit of momentum as they catch the ball, get ahead of steam. Luckily, they get around the ball and they're able to bring them down.
1st and 10 for Eisenhower at the 41-yard line. Eisenhower coming out with one receiver to the right, one receiver to the left. Tight end to each side as well. There's a little pop pass to number 4, trying to get to the edge, following his blocks, and he's chopped down as Dietrich Beavers makes the tackle. That was Jalen Jones with the carry.
Yeah, and right there, again, Shawnee doing a great job getting out there. Now you just got to run through the blocker, or run through the tackle, rather. He tries to give you a little juke move, just run through him, just see if you can bring him down.
Gain of 9 to the 32-yard line. Trachty, another little pop pass, this time to Sheridan. Sheridan trying to get to the edge, and Sheridan breaks a tackle. Sheridan scooting forward, gets the first down, and finally brought down at about the 37-yard line, or excuse me, the 27-yard line.
Yeah, and right there, great job working down the line. Now you got to get around him and bring him down. He's able to find enough space in there to get the first down.
Joyner was the first guy in on the tackle for the Wolves. 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line, under 9 to go here in this second quarter. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Shawnee not jumping. Looked like the defensive lineman got going early. I guess he didn't get into the neutral zone. Trachty looking to throw, quick pass. That pass is going to be caught by Mongold. Mongold breaking tackles again and finally brought down. Ball's on the ground, but they're going to say the play is dead.
Yeah, and right there, Mongold a little slow getting up.
He got kind of bent over a little bit.
Well, and he's a big guy, so the Shawnee team knows that. They're going to try to cut him at the knees. I think he just kind of got bent around a little bit. Probably got that knee just twisted up in there.
2nd down and 5. 2 receivers to each side of the ball, 1 back in the backfield. Trachty gets the snap. He's going to look to throw. Trachty's going to fire this one deep, and that ball is going to be knocked away and complete. Ejon Thomas there, along with number 15 for the Wolves. So a great play by the Shawnee defense there, and that'll bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, right there. Just a great job of recovering. He gets behind the defense, but just recovered well, got their hands up. They're able to knock it down. A great play there by Thomas.
3rd down and 5. Got to think this is probably 4-down territory for Eisenhower, so Shawnee still with 2 plays to defend right here.
You're going to have to get a little bit of pressure. See if you can get a turnover, but if you can get a stop in the backfield, make this 4th and long.
Play clock winding down, already down to 4. Trachty gets the snap off just in time. He's going to look to throw. Trachty dancing around. Trachty going across the middle, and that is incomplete. And that will bring up 4th down. And there was your pressure, Landon. The Wolves were able to get some pressure and force Trachty to throw a pass that was a little off target.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You just got to get a little bit of pressure back there on 3rd down. The pressure of getting that 1st down can kind of get to these young guys. And if you can get back there and get some guys in his face, they can really force them to make an errant pass, which happened there.
3 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right. 4th down and 5. Shawnee showing pressure. Now they back off a bit. Here's Trachty looking to throw. That quick pass is going to be caught. Wow, what a tough catch. That's just a good catch right there by number 7, Amarion Hale. Dietrich Beavers had his hand in there, and Hale just with the strength to hold on to the ball and move the chains.
Yeah, just a good play by both teams. I mean, just a better play from Eisenhower.
Yeah, Beavers was there, just could not knock the ball away. 1st and 10 at the 17 now for the Eagles. Trachty getting guys set. Trachty will run, and he'll go up the middle, and he's brought down by Jason Hare at the 40-yard line.
Yeah, and right there, play got blown up, but there's enough of a space there up the middle that he's able to make something happen.
Gets about 5 up to the 12-yard line. So 2nd down and 5. Shawnee subbing a guy on, trying to keep guys fresh. Tracty handing the ball off to number 22, and he is going to push the pile forward. And he will get a 1st down inside the 5, down to the 4. That was number 2, Jabari Shepard.
And right there, they run a power. LaRon Thomas out on the weak side. What you got to do right there, you got to read that tackle. If he starts cutting in, go ahead and follow him in there and just see if you can catch the guy on the backside.
And there's a good play by the Shawnee defense as Ryan High and I think Lance Williams blow that play up.
Yeah, they did a good job just kind of pushing the offensive line back off the axis, pushed them back, and then there was just nowhere to go. A great play there by that defensive front.
Second down and goal with the ball at the 7-yard line. Shawnee trying to sub a couple guys on and off. 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. There's a quick pass, and that is incomplete. Toby Gray might have gotten a hand on it, and that'll bring up 3rd down and goal from the 7.
Yeah, right there to try to set up the quick slant. Like you said, Toby Gray, great job getting his hands up, and he might have gotten his hands on it.
So 3rd down and goal from the 7. And there is a handoff off to the edge. Goes Sari Sheridan, and he is into the end zone for the touchdown. Shawnee, I think, was looking for another hold there on that little stretch play, Landon, but Sheridan was able to just kind of power himself in there for the touchdown.
Yeah, like you said, just it did look like there was a hold out there, and they just didn't get the call. So, yeah, once you get out there, you got to get out to the edge, see if you can stop it, and just punched him right in.
Looks like Frias will attempt an extra point, and that extra point by Frias is up, and it is good. And Landon, the Wolves now find themselves down 19-3 with 5:55 to go here in this second quarter. And Landon, the Wolves, they have time, but they have got to find something here on offense.
Yeah, I mean, just looking for a spark. You got to get the ball in the hands of somebody, one of your playmakers, see if they can make something happen. But so far tonight, just having a tough time moving the ball, having a tough time getting the ball anywhere. You know, you get a short field, you turn the ball over immediately. You get the long field, and you can't get anything going. You get a 3 and out. And this defense is doing so much to try to keep the offense in the game. But right now, we're seeing that this Lawton offense is it's complex. It's tough to kind of match up with. There's a lot of things going on, and so far the Shawnee defense, while they are making Lawton to have these long drives and they're getting them to 3rd down, they can't seem to get off the field, and so it's just kind of a conundrum in this first half where Shawnee's having a tough time of getting off the field on defense and staying on the field on offense.
Yeah, that was the second drive that started in Shawnee territory, and it was the second touchdown of the game for Eisenhower as well on offense. They obviously had the pick 6 as well, but Landon, I mean, it took them 11 plays to go 41 yards. The Wolves just couldn't get that final stop that they needed.
Yeah, just like I say, just having a tough time getting off the field, and the offense just seemed to give the ball back to Lawton.
Frias set to kick it away. It's another squib kick. It'll be bobbled by Trapp. And Shawnee just needs to jump on it, and the Wolves do. Quentin Trapp needs to let those guys behind him field the ball, Landon.
Yeah, I think that was one, like you said, just the ball's kind of rolling out of your depth. You're running sideways to the ball versus the ball's rolling toward Dietrich Beavers. And just kind of run over and kicked it off. Luckily, Beavers able to fall on top of it. But like you said, hey, sometimes you got to trust yourself to make the play. You got to trust your other guys to make the plays as well.
1st and 10 for the Wolves, ball at the 23-yard line. We'll see if the Wolves offense can get something going here. 2 receivers each side. Beavers in the backfield. Pistol formation behind Owens. Now they'll split Beavers out wide. Owens looking to throw. Owens a quick pass across the middle, caught by Keno Citizen with blockers in front of him. Citizen making a guy miss, and Keno gets the 1st down. That'll move the chains. A nice little wide receiver screen there, Landon.
Yeah, great job there. You see the offensive lineman out in front trying to block. they don't touch anyone. So now you got to focus on, hey, if you're an offensive lineman, you're getting out front, to block some of those guys.
Go
Keno
find
Citizen
somebody.
probably, just find a blue hat, get your helmet on them, get them out of the way, let Keno Citizen do the rest. But a great job getting the first down.
1st and 10 at the 34. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left, 1 back in the backfield. There's a handoff to Beavers. Beavers going up the middle. Beavers breaking a couple tackles. Beavers trying to bounce it to the outside, and he is going to be brought down, and that'll be a flag. Either a face mask or a horse collar there, Landon. I couldn't exactly tell how they brought him down, but that should give Shawnee 15 more yards after that gain of 9.
Yeah, it looked like he fell backwards, so I'm assuming probably a horse collar here at the end.
That's kind of my initial thought. Yeah, and it is going to be a horse collar. And so that will give the Wolves 15 more yards.
Well, and right here, Shawnee showing a lot of gumph on this the first 2 plays of the game. They go out there, you get close to the first down, or you get a first down, then you get close to the first down. The horse collar will give you the first down, but a great job there on that one. Now again, you're talking about that offensive line doing a great job getting out there. Now once you're out in the open space, just get a hat on a hat to clear some space out. Don't start looking behind you. Just trust that your guy's going to make the play.
1st and 10, ball in Eisenhower territory at the 42-yard line. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Here's a quick pass going across the middle. Caught. Oh, nope, incomplete. Intended for LaRon Thomas. It was a little bit behind him.
Yeah, I think right there, that wasn't the read he was supposed to make. As Zyron Campbell and Keno Citizen both found themselves open in the open field down here. But just tried to get it in there, tried to force one up the seam to LaRon Thomas and just threw it behind him.
LaRon's a big target. He's a good athlete too, but you got some speedsters in Citizen and Zyron as well. There's a handoff as Beavers dancing around, stays forward, falls backwards in a good way as he was turned around and ended up falling to gain a few more yards. I think he got up to the 44-yard line, 36-yard line.
It looks like we have a flag from the line judge here.
See what this flag is. As it'll be a face mask, and that'll be 5 yards though, Landon, on Eisenhower.
Well, the thing is, Dietrich Beavers he's a tough guy to bring down. He's sneaky strong. He's one of those guys that he's deceptively strong, and so once he gets out there, you kind of hit him, and then you saw the little push there right at the end as he goes down, and sometimes he's right there in your hand space. You got your hand on the face mask.
1st and 10, ball at the 31-yard line for the Wolves. 2 receivers each side. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens trying to dance around, and now he'll just run. He'll pick up what he can, and he's forced out of bounds, but a nice solid gain of about 6, maybe 7 for, they'll give him 6 for Owens.
Yeah, and that's a good one there, just didn't force anything. That's something that, we've seen the growth of Jameer Owens. That's something he probably would have forced a year ago, but he's able to get the yards on the run.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Clock stops at 4:48 after Owens runs out of bounds. 2nd down and 4. Owens gets everybody set, gets the snap, hands it off to Beavers. Beavers trying to bounce it to the outside, gets the first down and a little bit more. Another good solid run by Dietrich Beavers up to the 15-yard line. This is a good drive by the Wolves, Landon. They just got to finish now.
Yeah, now you're in the short field where you've struggled. You got to punch this one in. You're finding yourself getting slowly kind of pushed out of this game. If you can punch one in here, you're going to be back in it.
Yeah, you score here, you're right back in this one. 3 receivers to the right side, 1 receiver to the left, 1 back in the backfield. It's Beavers back there with Owens. High snap. Owens looking to throw. Owens steps away, dumps it off to Beavers, and Beavers dives forward. But we're going to have a flag. We're going to have an illegal man downfield as just about every offensive lineman was downfield on what was supposed to, I think, be a run play, Landon.
Yeah, I think it was one of those that he was supposed to pull and run with, just not a lot of space to maneuver back there. And, yeah, you're going to get the ineligible receiver.
So an ineligible receiver downfield for the Wolves, backs him up. Makes it first down, or keeps it at first down, but they will back up about 5 yards because of that, Landon. Back to the 20-yard line.
Yeah, and right there, you do like to see, Jameer Owens improvise back there. You like to see that, but, yeah, it's one of those you either just got to take it or you got to, try to throw it out of bounds.
Two receivers to the right, one receiver to the left, two backs in the backfield. 1st and 15, handoff goes to Beavers. Beavers trying to stretch it out. He does. Beavers plows forward, gets about 7, and gets back above the initial line of scrimmage to about the 13-yard line. So it makes it 2nd down and 8 after that nice run there by Dietrich.
Yeah, and like I say, he's just a guy right there. You saw it at the end. He sees guys in front of him. He doesn't try to force the issue. He gets down and just kind of dives at their legs and gets what he and takes what he can get.
Down to the 13-yard line. 2nd and 8. Two receivers to the right, one receiver to the left, two backs in the backfield. There's Shaw on the handoff. Shaw breaks a couple tackles, and Shaw spins and gets into the end zone for the score. That was a nice run right there by Shaw. That handoff wasn't the cleanest, but Shaw able to control the ball, Landon, and fight forward and get into the end zone with a nice run for the score.
Well, and something that we saw earlier in that drive where the offensive linemen were having trouble, finding a hat, just getting out there in that next level, finding a hat. Right there, they're blocking guys downfield. They're doing a great job getting a hat on a hat. The receivers did a great job getting a hat on a hat. And then once he's out there in space, you saw the nifty spin move. He's able to get in the end zone.
Rhett Neese with the extra point. It is up, and it is good. So with that, the Wolves now trail Landon by 9. 19-10 the score, 4:15 to go. A good drive by the offense there. Not only were they able to punch it in, but it was a long drive, and it gave the defense a lot of rest, which they needed after playing on a couple of short fields.
Yeah, it gave the defense a good rest, but also gives your offense a lot of confidence. You go out there and you see, hey, if you just execute well, if you just get a hat on a hat, you're going over there. I'm sitting the offensive line down and goes, hey, if you could just find a guy and just knock him back a little bit, play 100% through the whistle, and just find the guy that you need to, good things happen right there. Just an excellent drive where just all around you're talking to your guys saying, hey, if you play ball, if you play 100% through the whistle, you're gonna find yourself in the end zone.
And Landon, just about every single play on that drive was outside of 2. Every play on that drive was a run. They had the pass to start the drive, which went for 11 yards and a first down to Keno Citizen, and then there was an incompletion thrown by Jameer Owens. Everything else, it was a run right down the field.
Yeah,
and they were obviously helped out by a couple penalties as well, but still. Runs right down the field to make some big plays.
Well, I think your strength is inside the tackles. You don't have to do too much on the outside. If you try to get out there, I don't think you have the quickest tackles that you can get out there to the boundary, but if you stay inside them, they're strong enough that they can set an edge, and if you can run on their backside, guys are doing a great job blocking downfield. You can get those big gains. That's what happened on that drive.
And Eisenhower, too, they have a lot of good athletes, so it's going to be hard to stretch things out too much on the outside because they can get back there. There's a little pooch kick by Rhett Neese, something we haven't seen very much. It was fielded by Eisenhower right at the 40-yard line, and that's where they'll take over.
Yeah, Eisenhower has an offensive lineman up there. And like I say, right there, I think that's just one of those where Rhett Neese, you just say, hey, let's test his hands, see if he can bring it down. And if he doesn't, you get your quick guys out there, see if he can get on the ball.
We have seen Rhett a couple of times on those pooch kicks. When he has kicked them, he's put them in really, really good spots. It just didn't work out there for him.
Yeah, he's able to bring it in, and Ike's going to go out there. Now then you got a long field, see if your defense can get a stop. Your offense is hopefully feeling a little confident after that last drive. You can get a stop here. You might be able to get some more points on the board before the halftime.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Tracty looking to throw. Tracty with time has a guy wide open down the field, and that is going to be caught for an Eisenhower touchdown. And wow, Landon, talk about a bust right there. Ejon Thomas just got absolutely beat by the Eisenhower receiver, number 4, Jalen Jones.
Yeah, they got him earlier in the game with the quick screen, with the quick slant rather. They're doing a great job setting up that quick slant, and then they come out in that drive, start to go back to the slant, and then just got Ejon Thomas on the double move as there just wasn't anybody back there in safety.
Those little sluggo routes.
Yeah. They're tough. They're tough to stop, especially when you're one-on-one, and that's where Ejon Thomas found himself on that island.
Eisenhower set to kick it for this extra point. It's Frias on. Good snap, good hold. The kick is up, and the kick is
out there. So we'll see what Shawnee can do. See if they can go out there and put some points on the board before the halftime. Because like you said, Lawton not going to get the ball out of the half. It's going to be interesting to see.
There's a squib kick, and it will be Smith who jumps on it right at the 40-yard line. 41-yard line is where he jumps on it, and that's where the Wolves will take over.
Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see here. Hey, you did a great job getting out there getting out there in the last quarter, the last drive rather, of moving the ball down the field, getting close, putting stuff in the end zone. We'll see if Shawnee can do that again on this drive.
1st and 10 for the Wolves. They'll have it at the 41-yard line. 4:07 remaining here in this second quarter of play. Both teams all 3 timeouts. 3 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right side. 1 back in the backfield. There's the snap, and there is Beavers. Beavers goes up the middle, and Beavers fights forward for about 4.
Yeah, and again right there you see it, just a hair, and Dietrich Beavers could find himself in the end zone. I mean, it's that close. If that offensive line can create just a little bit more space, Dietrich Beavers off to the races.
3 receivers again to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Beavers in the backfield. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens with time. Owens going across the middle, and that is going to be incomplete. Trying to get it to Ejon Thomas, but it falls incomplete.
Yeah, and right there, great job by the offensive line to give Jameer Owens enough time back there, but the secondary did a great job of covering up the receivers for Shawnee. Made it tough on Jameer Owens to find a guy to get the ball to.
Wolves quickly back on the ball, but now slowing it down just a bit. Shawnee looks like they're going to go with 2 receivers to each side. Ejon Thomas getting his shoulder pad fixed real quick. Play clock down to 10. Play clock down to 6. They snap the ball away. There's a little swing pass out to Beavers. Beavers can't make a guy miss, and he's going to be stopped for a loss. And that'll bring up 4th down, Landon, and that'll have to bring out the punt team.
Yeah, right there, just a backward pass. I don't know about it. Or a lateral rather. I just don't know. Out in space, hoping that Dietrich Beavers can make one guy miss. Right now, we've seen tonight Lawton doing a great job. They're sure tacklers. They do a great job getting back there and wrapping up. Just Dietrich Beavers just couldn't get away.
4th down and 12. Williams punting it away. That will bounce. That's another good punt. It will be fielded, though, as they're now trying to make something happen, and he is going to be brought down at about the 28-yard line. A little bit of extra stuff going on the opposite side of that return, Landon. No flags, but Eisenhower with the ball, and they have an opportunity to really start to put some pressure on Shawnee here with 2:45 to go here in this first half. Again, Eisenhower will get the ball to start the second half as well.
Yeah, 3 minutes left, 3 timeouts, and they've been moving the ball extremely well tonight. Like you said, put a little bit of pressure on Shawnee, but not only that, you get the ball coming out of the half to really open this game up. So Shawnee's going to have to play pretty well on this drive.
1st and 10. Here is Tracty. He's going to roll out to his right. He's going to dump that one off, and that is going to be incomplete. That was intended for number 4, Jalen Jones, off his hands. Eisenhower's kind of surprised me a little bit, Landon. They've thrown it a lot more than I was expecting. They've already attempted, 13 passes tonight as opposed to 16 runs. So they've still run it a little bit more, but I was expecting them to be a lot more run-heavy than they have been.
Well, this Shawnee team, they're aggressive on defense. You see that on film. You see it in person. They do a great job of kind of, making it tough to run up the middle or run out. They even make it tough to run at all. And so I think, just trying to take advantage of that aggressiveness.
Tracty again will roll out, but we'll have a flag, and this play will be blown dead. That'll go against Eisenhower, I believe. And that'll back up the Eagles 5 yards. Pushing back to the 23. Actually, it's a delay of game. I wasn't paying attention to the play clock, but a delay of game there, Landon.
Yeah, and they've come close a couple of times, trying to get that play call in, and it finally got caught up to them.
2nd and 15. Ball at the 23-yard line. And now we have a timeout taken by Eisenhower. We'll take it as well. 2:39 to go here in the second quarter. This is Shawnee football here on Classic Hits KGFF.
Experts say it takes 10,000 hours to master a skill, but you don't have to be a master to get started. At Gordon Cooper, our hands-on training gets you on the right track right now. With dozens of programs to fit your future. It takes hard work to turn a hobby into your hire. So get to it. Your success story is a lot closer than you think. Gordon Cooper, powered by Career Tech.
Hey there, local sports fans and community champions. Are you ready to show your true colors and support the Shawnee Wolves? Look no further than Sovereign Bank. When you bank with Sovereign, you're not just a customer, you're a teammate in the game of community success. Sovereign is not just cheering from the sidelines, they're in the huddle, backing every play, every victory. Your deposits with Sovereign directly fund dreams for Shawnee students. Switch to Sovereign Bank today and let's score big together. Sovereign Bank, proud sponsor of Shawnee Athletics. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Cameron Stadium here in Lawton. I'm Chris Cox alongside Landon Green. 2:39 to go here in the second quarter. Lawton with it. 2nd and 15, ball at their own 23-yard line. 3 receivers to the right side. Nobody to the left side except for a tight end. 1 back in the backfield with Trachty. Trachty gets the snap. He'll roll out to his right. Trachty's going to stop, fired across the middle to Mangold, and Mangold makes the play, but there is a flag in the backfield, and I think that's going to be coming back, Landon.
Yeah, and again, you know, the athleticism of Toby Gray, I think, is gonna help him out here, as he was trying to get away from the blocker, and we're gonna have a hold on Eisenhower.
Yeah, so a hold on Eisenhower backs him up 10 yards, and that'll be big for the Wolves as they just gave up a huge pass play to Mangold.
Well, in Mangold, again, you know, we get to see, and we talked how great of a target he is as far as his size. But he's got a great IQ of just kind of finding the space in the defense and just kind of setting up to where his quarterback can find him.
Yeah, and he'll line up too on the end as like a true tight end. He's not split out, and sometimes I think that kind of throws off defenses because you just don't see it very often anymore.
Yeah.
3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right, and there's a handoff to Worry. Worry trying to get to the edge, breaking a couple tackles, and Worry going down the sideline, and Worry finally forced out of bounds. But my goodness, Landon, you had 2nd down and incredibly long. 2nd down and 25, and Worry goes for 24 right there. Just not what you can have, especially when you have him right on the sideline. All you got to do is bump him out of bounds.
Yeah, a few guys get around the ball, and they just can't bring it in. You got to start flying around and see if you can bring them down.
Back to the line in a hurry, and there goes Trachty straight up the middle, and he'll have just enough for the 1st down.
Yeah, and that quick snap, you know, it just kind of gets teams off guard, catches them off guard. Shawnee not ready for it and able to get the 1st down. They ran it down here to get their first touchdown of the night. Right there, ran it to get the 1st down.
Gets 3 up to the 40-yard line. 1st and 10, 2 minutes to go. Trachty looking to throw. Trachty with time, now under pressure. Trachty is going to throw it away and take a big hit there from Toby Gray.
Yeah, right there. Just, you know, getting the pressure in the backfield. Shawnee doing a great job of that. You just got to get to him and see if you can bring him down. And right there, you finally get the incompletion you've been looking for.
2nd and 10, ball at the 40-yard line. Two receivers to the right side, 1 receiver to the left. 2 backs in the backfield this time with Trachty. Trachty hands the ball off, gets it to Sheridan. Sheridan down the sideline, and Sheridan knocked out of bounds at the 48-yard line, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 2 after that, or 3rd down and 2, excuse me, after that run of 8.
Yeah, right now just doing a great job of setting up the edge, and Shawnee just can't seem to get out there to establish it.
2 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Handoff goes to Elzy. Elzy going up the middle. Elzy finding a hole, and Elzy gets the 1st down and into Shawnee territory at the 41.
Yeah, and again, last week, Shawnee doing a great job of getting off the field in those 3rd down situations. Right now, just struggling as Ike just goes on these long drives, forces Shawnee to be a little tired.
Eisenhower back to the line in a hurry. There's Elzy again. Elzy, though, this time runs into Ryan High and Day Shaw, and maybe got a couple out of it.
And right there, that's pretty much what you got to do. If you catch them up high and you get a couple of guys around them, just start trying to punch that ball out. And luckily able to get around them, keep them to a short game.
2nd and 8. A minute 18 to go here in this second quarter. Ike coming out with 3 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right. Game clock down to a minute now. Eisenhower was not fully set. Trachty looking to throw, and Trachty just hit hard, and that's going to be incomplete. Shawnee got lucky there as Ejon Thomas got away with a push, but the ball I think had already landed.
Yeah, it was headed out of bounds. I'm not sure what Ejon Thomas, maybe just trying to break it up, but
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like you said, got a little lucky there on that one, as the referee didn't throw the flag, because it could have been unnecessary roughness.
It could have been, yeah. Trachty took a big shot as well as he was throwing, and I think that's one reason why the ball kind of floated a little bit. Couldn't follow through on that one.
Johnny's doing a good job getting in the backfield.
Under a minute to go, 54 seconds remaining here in this first half of play. 2 receivers each side. Trachty looking to throw. Shawnee coming with another blitz. They dump it out to Elzy, and Elzy is wrapped up, and a good tackle right there by Toby Gray, making the play in the backfield and bringing up 4th down.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Toby Gray does a great job. You can move him from one side to the other. He gives you a lot of different looks out there.
Shawnee calls a timeout. We'll keep it right here, though, Landon, with 40 seconds remaining in this second quarter. The Wolves defense looks like they might be getting off the field here and keeping it a 16-point game, but I don't know if the Shawnee offense will have enough time to really do much once they get the ball back. But Landon, I mean, they'll need to figure something out because Eisenhower's going to get the ball to start this second half of play.
Yeah, it's been a tough sled for this offense tonight. They just haven't seemed to find anything. Can't seem to get anything going so far tonight, except for one drive. For the most part, though, they just seem to kind of be moving backwards. And so we'll see what they can do. We'll see what they can come up with. See if maybe they can put together a solid drive here if they can get off the field or get their offense back on the field. But like you said, it's going to be tough. But I will say, if there's one thing that this offense has excelled at, it's the 2-minute offense. It's getting the ball out quickly, getting out of bounds, using your timeouts perfectly, getting the ball on the ground, as far as getting on the ball and spiking it. So, we'll see if that can be an advantage to Shawnee right before the half.
I said that I thought they were going to punt the ball away. They're actually, Eisenhower is keeping their offense out on the field. Tony Worry is their punter, number 3, but he, after going into the huddle initially, is pulled back out. So Shawnee will have to play defense here on this 4th down. 3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Trachty gets the ball, looking to throw. Trachty under pressure. He's going to fire this one deep, and that is incomplete. That was intended for number 10, Sari Sheridan, and he had a step on his defender. Now, Deshaw was closing quickly, but that fell incomplete. Now the Wolves will take over at their own 42 with 35 seconds remaining and 2 timeouts.
Hey, it's better than what it could have been if they had punted it. You're probably talking about, maybe getting the ball at least at the 20-yard line. Now you're on the 40 or inside the 40. So, you got a chance here. Again, your 2-minute offense has been working pretty well. You still got 2 timeouts left. So, if you can
at
make
least got a
something
chance
happen.
to get into field goal range.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 receivers each side, 1 back in the backfield. Owens gets the snap, and now we'll look to throw. Quick pass goes out to Ejon Thomas. No, Thomas can't handle the pass. That ball just floated on Jameer, and that one just kind of looked weird from the get-go.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like it might have slipped out of his hand. I'm not sure, but like you said, it just kind of floated up in the air, and Ejon Thomas, just kind of let it fall to the ground. But that's one you kind of got to zip it out there, see if Ejon Thomas can catch the ball, see what he's got in front of him, and get out of bounds. Just a ball that floated on him.
Again, 2 receivers each side. Shaw in the backfield. Owens with time. Owens across the middle, and that's going to be incomplete, intended for LaRon Thomas, and he dropped it. Now you're looking at 3rd down all of a sudden with 25 seconds left.
Yeah, getting the ball out quickly, you run the routes correctly, just can't seem to play the game of catch that you've played since you were a little kid. And right now, Shawnee, about to give the ball back to Eisenhower with 2 timeouts left.
3 receivers to the right side, 1 receiver to the left. Owens looking to throw under pressure. Dumps it off to Shaw. Shaw with a lot of room in front of him. Shaw breaking a tackle. Shaw going down the sideline. And Shaw, I think, is going to take this one to the house. He does. Touchdown. Shawnee. Wow, what a way to end the half for the Wolves. Oh, my goodness, Landon. No flags. That touchdown will stand. Oh, my word.
Yeah, that was one right there. I mean, you're just hoping to get that play off. Shaw, we finally get to see him open up and get that speed going. So they're going to go for 2 here.
Yeah, they're going to go for 2, try to make it a one-possession game. As the Wolves right now trail by 10, trying to make it an 8-point game here. As the Wolves come out with 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Beavers the back in the backfield. Owens with the snap. Owens looking to throw. That is caught by LaRon Thomas and into the end zone for the 2-point conversion. And all of a sudden, Landon, the Wolves down by 16, looking like that they are going to be on the ropes going into halftime. All of a sudden did exactly what we said they needed to do, and that's somehow find a way to score before the half and make it a one-possession game.
Well, on the defensive side, we talked about how aggressive this Shawnee team is and how Eisenhower sort of used that against Shawnee on that sluggo route. A great job there by Shawnee to sort of use the aggressiveness of that defensive front from Eisenhower. They're able to get it over the top, and then a great job blocking downfield again. And then we finally get to see Shaw open it up a little bit, get to see that breakaway speed he has, and great job blocking to kind of finish it off there. Keno Citizen able to kind of create some separation there right at the end. Doesn't get a penalty.
Right.
Does a great job just kind of getting in the way.
Kind of screened off the defender.
Set a pick, let those guys go, and Shaw did the rest. A great job there and a great executed play. We finally get to see the screen be executed well tonight.
Yeah, actually, I don't think Keno Citizen would have had to, but Shaw kind of started to let up a little bit. And I don't know if that's maybe kind of a little bit from that ankle injury he suffered early in the season, or if he just thought he had a clear path to the end zone, but he started to kind of let up and then realized, oh no, I'm getting caught, and had to kind of pick it up again. And Keno, like you said, doing a good job. Not throwing a blindside block, not really even creating contact, just getting in front of the defender.
Yeah, and not only that, but the offensive line, a great job. We saw them hold earlier on the screenplay that gained about 20 yards. They get the holding call right there. They trust themselves. They make the play, and they're able to open up space for Shaw to score the touchdown.
And there is the high pooch kick. It will be taken at the 26 by number 7 for Eisenhower. As we have flags. We have a lot of pushing and shoving, and we have like a lot of pushing and shoving, and we'll see what's going to happen here as there are multiple flags down on the field.
Yeah, and Shawnee players getting ripped to the side from their coaching staff.
And from some of their other teammates, too.
Yeah.
We'll see what the call is here.
Looked like a little bit of pushing and shoving. Looked like a couple of guys, and it's been going on a little bit tonight.
It has.
The referees have kind of done a good job of kind of keeping it contained, but right there, just a late looked like a pancake almost. Look, one of the Shawnee guys ended up on their back, and then from there, it just kind of sputtered out from there.
It's all going to be after the play, so we'll see what happens with 9 seconds left. Eisenhower has timeout, so if they're able to complete something relatively quick, we'll see what the we'll see what they can do. Official making the call, dead ball personal foul on Shawnee. And a personal foul on Eisenhower. So those penalties will offset. And it will be Eisenhower ball at the 32-yard line. Or 33-yard line.
Yeah, that's a control whistle right there. You just go out there and just try to tell your guys, tell both guys on both sides of the ball, hey, it's time to calm it down. It's time to get it together. Next time it happens, we're going to start, sending people to the sidelines.
And we've seen actually kind of the pushing and shoving, not when either team has the ball, but it's on those kickoffs.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you got guys going, full head of steam, running down both ways, and sometimes you get hit wrong, or some guys, start holding you, especially after the play. You got guys out there that don't really see the field too much, and sometimes you just see those guys kind of take advantage of that moment.
3 receivers stacked to the right side. Handoff goes to Worry. Now they're going to run a reverse, and they got a lot of room to work with. That's Sheridan with it. Sheridan cutting it back up into the middle of the field, and Sheridan chopped down, and that will do it for the half as time has expired. So time has expired. Eisenhower trying to say that there's 1 second left, but the clock's at 000. And now the officials are going to hold up the Shawnee players. The clock's at 000. with at the 48-yard line. They're going to put 1 second on the clock for Eisenhower. 1 second going on the clock for Eisenhower, and that's going to really drive the Shawnee coaches crazy, I think, Landon, because you look up after that play and the clock's at 000s, you're thinking, okay, it's halftime, but now they got to go out and make one more play.
Well, and that's one right there. You know, I think you get a kind of a second grace period once the guy goes down, you know, that the coach can't call a timeout. He didn't go out of bounds. So I think that's where the Shawnee coaches were thinking, hey, maybe we're going to get out of this half.
Well, it's a first down, so the clock stops.
Oh, there you go. So, yeah, well, in that case, then, yeah, you get the timeout. So, yeah, you get 1 more second on the clock. I think if you're Shawnee, you just kind of got to get your guys in coverage, maybe bring a little bit of pressure here and force him to get that ball out a little bit quicker than what he wants to.
Yeah, also be aware of those reverses because we saw right there, Sheridan, when he gets into the open field, he can make things happen.
And those reverses have hurt Shawnee all season. I mean, you're talking about losing a game on a reverse a couple of times against Ardmore. A reverse hurts you. So, like I say, got to stay home.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Tracty looking to throw. Tracty with time, rolls out. Tracty's going to fire this one deep. And that will be intercepted by Deshaw. And that will do it for the half as the Wolves get the interception there to end the half. And Landon, they go into this half down by just 8. 26-18 after a eventful, we'll call it an eventful first half of play.
Hey, that's a good word for it. I mean, just a tough go, I think, for most of that first half. You know, this Shawnee team, you know, you're looking at it going, hey, I mean, they're not looking too hot out there. But I think that the last couple of minutes, they're able to go out there, put some stuff together, put some points on the board. And now, you know, as you go into the halftime, you're looking to kind of do a reverse of what you've done the past few weeks where you look really good in the first half, you don't play too well in the second half, and they're either able to extend out the lead or teams are able to come back and take over the lead from you. Now, if you're Shawnee, you're looking to go into halftime, come out of the locker room, kick the ball off, get a stop, and then immediately go out there and see if you can be a second-half team for the first time this season.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough second half, though, for sure. As, again, like you were saying, Eisenhower getting the ball to start the second half of play. Let's go ahead and run through some of those halftime stats, Landon. First off, for Eisenhower, as a team, balance, a lot of balance. 98 yards on the ground, 96 yards through the air. They did have 9 penalties for 75 yards. They were, by my count, 4 of 8 on 3rd down, 1 of 2 on 4th down. Individually, the leading rusher is Sari Sheridan, 3 rushes, 30 yards, and a touchdown. Rashard Elzy with 4 carries, 26 yards. Charlie Tracty, 7 carries for just 2 yards from his quarterback spot and had the 1 touchdown. Passing-wise, Tracty, 9 of 18 passing, a lot more active through the air than I was expecting. 96 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Jalen Jones, leading receiver, 2 catches, 69 yards for the Eagles. For Shawnee, the offense has been hit or miss. You know, it's 66 yards on the ground, 114 yards through the air. A lot of that coming on that final offensive play when Deshaw scored on the screen. They had 5 penalties for 35 yards. Penalties actually haven't been too bad for Shawnee. They had a couple on that one drive where they started close to their own goal line and kind of backed them up, and that kind of hurt them a little bit, but not overall killing them here in this game. Looking at the individual numbers now, Dietrich Beavers, leading rusher, 12 catches, 35 yards. Deshaw, 4 carries, 25 yards, and a touchdown. Jameer Owens, 7 of 20 passing, 117 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Receiving, Deshaw, leading receiver, 1 catch, 58 yards, and a touchdown. Keno Citizen with 3 catches for 38 yards. Rhett Neese, 1 of 1 on field goals. It was a 34-yarder that he knocked through to get the Wolves on the board initially. And then defensively, Ryan High, another really good game. 10 tackles by my count for Ryan High. Jason Hare with 6, and then Deshaw, just another couple tackles in that first half, but also 2 interceptions as well for Deshaw. So the Wolves right now, Landon, they're down by 8, 26-18 the score, but if they can get a stop to start this second half of play, then they'll got to feel really good about where they stand as they try to come back in this second half and get a victory.
Yeah, I think on the offensive side, you got to shore up some of those miscommunications. Go out there and kind of talk to your guys, get them all on the same page, and make sure that you're going out there and handling that. On the defensive side, you're telling your secondary, hey, watch out for those double routes. They're gonna try to get you with those double moves. You can't bite on it. You got to stay home and see if you can go out there and make some plays. As far as everything on the fronts, though, they've done a great job on the offensive line of moving guys out of there, creating space that they need to. You need to work a little bit on getting a hat on a hat. They did good. They did a great job of that on those last couple of drives. And on the defensive side, doing a great job up front as well, getting pressure in the backfield. It's really just, hey, working with those guys, making sure your communication is on point. On the defensive side, hey, just stay home, play ball, and stay on the guys.
Yeah, so we will see what adjustments the Wolves make in the locker room here at halftime. The Wolves right now down by 8 at half. 26-18 is the score in favor of the Lawton Eisenhower Eagles. We're going to take a break, and then when we will send it over to James in the studio with your halftime update, as he will have some scores and maybe some highlights for you, but definitely some scores from around the area, as we had a kind of a balanced out weekend with it being fall break. Several teams in action last night playing that Thursday fall break game. And then along with Shawnee, I believe a couple other schools in action tonight. So James should have all those scores for you, and we will send it to him right after this break. You're listening to Shawnee Football here on 100.9 FM and 1450 AM. Classic Hits, KGFF.
Number 1 is to relax and have fun. Fire Lake Golf Course is the...
You can count on Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty to be your real estate advisor, negotiator, and trusted professional for all your real estate needs. We believe every client deserves a knowledgeable, well-trained agent to represent them. Our goal is to ensure our clients a stress-free experience. Need advice about real estate? Call Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Benchmark Realty at 275-8182 or 598-2126. Please visit our website at bhhsbenchmark.com.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Cameron Stadium here in Lawton. I'm Chris Cox alongside Landon Green. And Landon, the clock here at halftime is starting to wind down a little bit. It says only about 2.5 minutes left, but neither team is out on the field. So probably still have at least 5 minutes before we get going. But it was a weird first half, Landon. We were kind of talking about it. It was just kind of, Lawton hit on some big plays, and they were more pass-heavy, I think, than I was expecting, probably more than Shawnee was initially expecting. But the Wolves, they were never really able to find any sort of rhythm on offense. They threw a couple of interceptions.
Possession. So, I mean, just a tough team that won't go away. I think we're seeing the resiliency of this Shawnee team.
Yeah, and Landon, I mean, if you're the Shawnee defense, I think you got to look and say, okay, we gave up 26 points. I mean, there was a pick six in there, so the defense gave up 20 points. And I think if you're the Shawnee defense, you got to say we were really close in that half. Yeah, they hit on a couple of big plays. There was that big pass play where Ejon Thomas just bit on that slant and go. But the defense has been close. They just haven't been able to make that one play to get off the field until the end of the half, when they were able to get the fourth down stop.
Yeah, and it's been one of those things, like you said. I mean, they just kind of hung around. I think the biggest thing is that you take off the pick six. Shawnee starts in the short field, and Shawnee scores on that drive. Shawnee's up by a touchdown now. I mean, you're talking about erasing a score and putting a score on the board. I mean, and even if you get a field goal, you're still up right now. By a few points. So I mean, you erase the mistakes that Shawnee made in the first half. You can go out there and play perfect in the second half. Go out there, get a stop on this first drive, and stop Lawton Knight from getting too far. If you can go out there on offense and put together a solid drive and get back into this game, this is going to be a wide open game. And I think Shawnee, even though Lawton Knight played a better first half, I think with the way Shawnee ended the half, I think it's a game where, this is a Shawnee team that actually has a little bit more momentum than what they probably think they have.
Yeah, and I will say one big thing that did help the Wolves, excuse me, is that they were able to we talked about them not being able to make the stops when they needed to. They did get 2 big stops on 2-point conversions, and those were huge, because right now you have an 8-point game. If Ike converts on one of those 2-point conversions, then it's a 2-possession game instead of a 1-possession game. So, those were big stops. Obviously, the interception by Dayshaw at the end of the half just to make sure Eisenhower stayed out of the end zone was huge. But I mean, again, this defense is close. They just have to make those. If they can just make 1 or 2 extra plays here in this second half, then they'll be able to get enough stops. And then the offense just needs to make, 1 or 2 extra plays to flip this game around.
Yeah, I think if the offense can go out there and put together a complete game there, or a complete half in the second half, go out there and play, and the defense, like you said, just make that one play to get off the field for the rest of this game. You can get back into this game, come out with the win, and feel good, going into the back half of this schedule.
Yeah, so we will see what the Wolves can do. They will be on defense first, and we will talk about that here in just a second, as the Wolves and the Eagles are both out on the field going through their final warm-ups before the start of the second half. So let's go ahead and take one more break, and when we come back, we'll have the start of the second half. This is Shawnee Football here on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Pinecliff Printers, 1815 North Harrison, Suite 1, helps you make a great impression with all your printing needs. Business cards, brochures, banners, even rubber stamps and invoices. Pinecliff's experienced-friendly staff will be happy to assist you. Be sure to pick up your Shawnee Wolves football program at all home games. Proceeds benefit the Shawnee Quarterback Club. Pinecliff Printers, 275-7351. Making a great impression for you and a proud supporter of Shawnee Wolves football. Friend them on Facebook.
So long, paperwork. See ya, hassles. Goodbye, not knowing. When you're ready for a modern mortgage experience, say hello to the Arvest Home for Me app. With Home for Me, you can get pre-qualified, upload paperwork, and track your loan's progress, all from your phone, and all with the support of a dedicated lender. Home for Me simplifies the mortgage process, and it's only from Arvest Bank. Goodbye, limits. Hello, possibilities. Arvest Bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Cameron Stadium in Lawton, Oklahoma. Chris Cox here alongside Landon Green. Landon, the Wolves will have to play defense to start this second half of play. So, if you are the Shawnee defense, what do you need to do here besides just simply get a stop?
I think right now, they're doing a great job of flying around the ball. Now, once you get there, you have to make a short tackle. Besides that, in the secondary, just don't eat on those double moves. Keep everything out in front of you. And if they want to throw the ball, make them throw the ball. And then past that, getting pressure in the backfield.
Well, we will see what the Wolves can do, as, again, they will be on defense to start this second half of play. And Sari Sheridan will go back to return this kick for Eisenhower. He's a dangerous return man, Landon. We've seen the speed that Sheridan has a little bit of elusiveness, too, in the open field. So Wolves will need to do a good job here on coverage, as Sheridan's been close a couple of times from really breaking one. He did break one earlier that got called back for a penalty, but he's been close a couple of times, really breaking it. And I will say the Wolves have done a pretty good job, Rhett Neese has, of keeping it away from him, kind of pooching it, and at least forcing somebody else to have to field the ball.
Yeah, and that's probably the reason why he's doing it. Hey, just get out there and just try to keep everything in front of you. Keep everything where it needs to go, and don't try to do too much.
Second half underway, or getting set to get underway now, as Neese tees the ball up at the 40-yard line. Although Neese will take his normal steps back, as he might try to boot this. Whatever wind there is, which is minimal, it is at his kind of at his back right now. It's a little bit of a crosswind, but a little bit at his back. There's a high kick taken at the 23-yard line, and it's muffed. Ball's on the ground. It's still on the ground, and I think, no, it's still, and it will be Lawton Eisenhower ball, as one of the Ike players just got absolutely blown up as he was trying to field that after muffing it. Sheridan able to jump on it. Actually, Elsie was the one who was able to jump on it, but all the way back at the 12-yard line, as Shawnee almost got a big special teams play.
Yeah, that would have been huge. You're giving the ball back to Lawton Ike. Coming out of the half, they've been able to move the ball a little bit tonight. You would have got the turnover, and then in a short field, give your offense a chance to continue that drive that they've been going on this game. See if they can put one in the end zone and come back in this game. But hey, your defense goes out there. Your defense has played well. See if you can go out there and get the stop and do it the old-fashioned way.
It will be Eisenhower football, 1st and 10 at their own 12-yard line.
First down, Eagles.
And Trachty comes out with one receiver to the right side, one receiver to the left, a tight end on each side as well, along with one back in the backfield. Don't see two tight end sets very often in high school football, especially from pass-happy teams. Trachty under pressure. Trachty will dump this one down, and it is caught with a lot of room to work by number 6 for Eisenhower. Breaking tackle, still on his feet, and finally brought down from behind by Jaden Smith. We do have a flag, though, back at the 15-yard line.
So we've got a flag near the 52.
We do have a flag, you're right, near the 50. I didn't see that one. As we will see what the call is. That pass was complete to Jordan Coppage, and he did a lot, taking it all the way up to the 45-yard line, but in Shawnee territory. But again, I think this is going to be coming back. I'm blocking the back against Eisenhower, and then a sideline warning against Eisenhower. So the sideline warning is just a warning, and it will be a block in the back that will be enforced from the line of scrimmage, Landon. So that takes off a huge, huge play.
Well, and right there, I mean, just Shawnee did a great job of again, getting that pressure in there and forcing Lawton Ike to have the penalty. But then on top of that, I think the coaching staff from Lawton Ike getting a little upset after the flag comes out, and that's where you get the sideline warning.
Ball will be moved half the distance to the goal. It'll be 1st and 16 now for Eisenhower at the 6. Officials still talking about something and now getting everything squared away. Eisenhower getting lined up with 3 receivers coming out to the right side, 1 receiver to the left side. Eisenhower was not set. That pass is tipped up in the air, and it is intercepted. Deshaw. Oh, no, they're going to wave that off and say it's an incomplete pass, say it hit the ground. As Deshaw, I thought he might have gotten under it, but they're saying it was incomplete. He's not putting up too much of a protest. This should be an illegal motion, and it is, as a Lawton Eisenhower receiver went in motion, or not even in motion. He just never got set initially.
Yeah, and I think right now what we're seeing is a Lawton Ike team, a Lawton Ike offense that's extremely explosive, but they still make the mistakes that a young team makes that we've seen early in the season from Shawnee, and so they're still making those mistakes. You get the illegal shift there, and then you get the block in the back earlier that brings back the big play earlier. So, Shawnee doing a great job of kind of hanging in there.
We will see what Shawnee does. I thought they were talking about maybe declining it, but they will back them up 3 yards and make it a first down and 19. So 1st and 19, ball at the 3-yard line now for Eisenhower. Here's a quick pass. That pass is going to be caught, and that is Coppage, and Coppage with a big run. And Landon, after big plays or after big penalties, a big first down play makes it 2nd down and short all of a sudden.
Yeah, and Shawnee playing back in coverage, and right now Ike just trying to cut underneath it. That's where they found the space.
With as good as Ike is in space, I don't know if I would give him that much room. There's a handoff, and that is number 17 who goes up the middle and gets a first down as he gets up to the 27-yard line.
Yeah, and right there, just the big-time explosiveness. We talked about it from the offense after making the mistake. 2 explosive plays gets them back in first down territory.
1st and 10, ball at the 27 for Eisenhower. Handoff again goes to Elzy. Elzy chopped down. Might have gotten a couple yards out of that as he was chopped down by Deshaw.
Yeah, and right there, great job by Deshaw. Elzy, we've seen tonight, he's not an easy guy to bring down.
No.
Luckily, Deshaw gets his head in there, able to run across the tackle, hits him low, and brings him down for a short gain.
Yeah, Elzy, 5'8", but 205 pounds. There's another handoff to Elzy. Elzy breaking a tackle. Elzy falling forward and gets up to about the 34-yard line, brought down by Jason Hare and Ryan High. And we have a whistle on the play as we have an injured Shawnee player. We'll take a timeout for this injury. 10:15 to go here in the third quarter, excuse me. Shawnee down 26-18 here on KGFF.
Score a great deal from Domino's Pizza in Shawnee with their mix and match deals for $6.99 each. Pizza, hot wings, sandwiches, pasta, specialty breads, desserts, and so much more. Kick off the season right and have it delivered right to your home. Don't punt on the coupon finder. drinks, or sauces. Domino's Pizza in Shawnee. Log on to dominospizza.com. For many years, most people in the midst of arranging a funeral have had only two choices, cremation or burial. But there is a third option available, aquamation or flameless cremation. McEllier and Owens Funeral Group offers this environmentally friendly, less costly alternative to traditional cremation or burial. Mike McEllier or Robert Owens would be glad to discuss this water-based, sustainable method of final disposition with you. Call McEllier and Owens today at 405-695-5006 or stop by 5106 North Harrison in Shawnee.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Welcome back to Cameron Stadium here in Lawton. They are still tending to the injured Shawnee player down there. And Landon, it's kind of tough to see who that is. I can't get a clear view of his number. We think, though, it might be Toby Gray. He's been moving. He's still on his back. The trainer and head coach Jason Madonna out there talking with him, along with, I believe that's Tom Williams down there with him as well, one of the Shawnee assistants, who is also, I believe, a police officer and a first responder. So they're out there talking with him, talking with whichever guy is down, and we will see, what. Hopefully he can get up again. We're not sure who this is. We think it's Toby Gray, but we are not certain. Landon, we saw this earlier this year. It was scary with Kiefer Landis, and Kiefer's been cleared now and is playing, or is suited up at least tonight. But another scary situation here for Shawnee. It is Toby Gray. He is up, and that's good news, and he's going to walk off under his own power. And Landon, whenever you see a guy down, especially down that long, that's always good to see them be able to get back up and walk off under their own power.
Yeah. Like you said, just it's tough to see him go down that long, but like you said, just able to get up.
He needs to go off the field. He has to go off the field for at least a play. He was trying to stay on. And, I mean, when you're down on the field for a good, 2.5 minutes, Landon, you got to go off the field by rule. And two, it's probably good to just go off the field and continue to get checked out for at least another couple minutes.
Yeah. I don't know what was going on there. I know last week he did kind of get up and hold that shoulder of his last week. So he did kind of tweak that shoulder. I wonder if that's probably what was bothering him.
Third and short for Eisenhower. There's a handoff. Nope. It's going to be a quick pitch out to Sheridan, and Sheridan gets the first down before he's chopped down by Ejon Thomas. Again, it's that motion and those options, Landon, that are just proving to be tough for Shawnee to stop.
Yeah, I think it's tough because, it's one thing to say, hey, keep on your assignment, but it's not like they're just sticking to the option. They're kind of, getting away from it, throwing a couple passes, throwing a couple power runs in there, and then they hit you with the option. It's tough to keep up with.
Two receivers to the left, one to the right. Handoff goes to Worry. Worry bouncing off some guys, breaking tackles, and Worry brought down again. Ejon Thomas, Lance Williams on the tackle, but a strong run there by Worry, a gain of 4.
Yeah, and right now, Shawnee just having a tough time. They're getting to the ball carrier. They're not wrapping up and bringing them down. They're just kind of hitting them in the front. And these guys from Lawton Ike, they're not like the easy running backs you can bring down. There's some bowling balls.
Yeah, there really are, and they are bowling balls, like you said. Tony Worry, 5'7", 205. I mean, and just you look at him down there, Landon, and he's just got thick legs, and like you said, you can't just expect to hit him in the thigh and them to fall down. They're going to bounce off of those tackles.
You're going to have to wrap them up, drive your feet, and see if you can bring them down.
Coppage will keep it. He'll pitch it out to Sheridan, and Sheridan with some room to work. And Sheridan brought down by Thomas again, but inside Shawnee territory, down to the 44-yard line. Shawnee just not staying sound with their assignments, Landon.
Yeah, right now just biting on the fake. They do a great job of reading on the option. Then from there, you just pitch it out to your guy, Sheridan, out in space. And Sheridan, we've seen him in space a lot tonight, and what he can do out there, right there, he's just continuing this drive. It's a slow burn for this Ike offense.
Two receivers to the right, one receiver to the left. Here's a quick pass. That pass is going to be caught by Mongold, and it will be caught at the 41-yard line, so a gain of 3 on the play.
And right there, just kind of open up the offense, or open up the defense a little bit more, try to spread them out. Obviously, they're looking for the run. Just a little short pass to make them keep guessing.
This is the 11th play of the drive already. They've only gone 47 yards, so they haven't been getting a lot per play. But we have a flag here, as that'll back them up. But still a long drive, Landon.
Well, this is one right now. I mean, you're talking about a couple of penalties almost derailed their drive early, and Ike's been able to answer. But now that they get into this longer drive, guys are going to start getting tired. We'll see if they can answer. That's a big penalty on a long drive for this Shawnee defense.
Yeah.
We'll see if that'll be a big help for them.
Second down, 12. Got to watch for the motions. You got to watch for those options and stay sound in your assignments here. Eisenhower still looking over at the coaching staff. Head coach for Lawton Eisenhower, Javon Harris, former OU defensive back, played a lot of games for OU before getting into coaching after he graduated. 3 receivers to the left, nobody to the right side. And we have I think we're going to have a timeout taken by Eisenhower. We do, as they were getting really close to another delay of game. So a timeout taken by Eisenhower. We'll take it as well. 8:53 to go here in the third. Shawnee down 26-18 here on KGFF.
Hey, Shawnee fans. Finley & Cook CPAs is proud to be part of the Wolves Pack for over 75 years. From the heart of Shawnee, Oklahoma, we've seen legends rise and unforgettable moments shine on the field and court. As our Wolves tackle, dribble, and score, remember, just like Shawnee's spirit, our commitment to our community and Wolves never wavers. Go, Wolves! Proudly supported by Finley & Cook, serving Shawnee's numbers, nurturing Shawnee's dreams.
Hey there, local sports fans and community champions. Are you ready to show your true colors and support the Shawnee Wolves? Look no further than Sovereign Bank. When you bank with Sovereign, you're not just a customer, you're a teammate in the game of community success. Sovereign is not just cheering from the sidelines, they're in the huddle, backing every play, every victory. Your deposits with Sovereign directly fund dreams for Shawnee students. Switch to Sovereign Bank today and let's score big together. Sovereign Bank, proud sponsor of Shawnee Athletics. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
8:53 to go here in this third quarter. Shawnee down by 8. Lawton Ike with the ball. Second down and 12. 2 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right, 1 back in the backfield, 2 backs in the backfield. And now they're trying to go with a little double pass. And that pass is going to be incomplete, and that will be a third down and 12 as Sari Sheridan had that timing thrown off as Shawnee read the option right that time, Landon.
Not only that, but they were trying to set up the pass. Shawnee finally read it correctly, and Lawton Ike, to their credit, tried to pull the wool over on Shawnee's eyes. Shawnee did a great job in coverage. They did a great job covering downfield, covering up the pass, and kind of blew that play up from the very start.
LaRon Thomas coming onto the field for this pass rush situation. 1 tight end to each side, 2 backs or 2 receivers to the left side. Here's a quick pass. That pass is going to be caught by Mongold, and Mongold driven out of bounds. A good, strong tackle by Day Shaw, but that will bring up 4th down. It'll be 4th down and 6 after that good tackle there by Day Shaw on Mongold, but you got to think that Ike's going to go for it here.
Yeah, they're going to keep their offense out there. Shawnee's going to have to bolden up and get a stop.
3 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. Eisenhower looking back over to the sideline. Shawnee showing a blitz. And Shawnee backs out, they rush 4. Here's a quick pass. That pass is going to be caught. And that'll be a first down for Sheridan and a lot more. And Sheridan will score. And a long drive landed to start this second half of play. Lawton Ike punches it into the end zone with a big pass play, and they go up back by 2 possessions right here.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the defense back up off the pressure, and just too much space out there for a guy like Sheridan. And then when you don't wrap up, he's going to make you pay. And right there on the 4th down, got to get a stop. And Coach said it in the pregame show. He talked about, hey, we can't let them go on long drives and get the score right there. They got the score.
Extra point is up, and that extra point is good. So Frias knocks it through, and it makes it a 15-point game. 33-18 the score, 7:58 to go here in the third. And Landon, that was a tough drive for the Shawnee defense. But again, it's still just a 2-possession game, so the Wolves not out of it. The offense just has to answer right here. The offense, at a minimum, has to put together a little bit of a drive and at least give this defense time to get some rest.
Yeah, I think on the defensive side, something that we haven't seen a lot of from Shawnee is the fact that they just can't seem to bring the ball carriers down tonight. They're having a tough time wrapping up, having a tough time bringing guys down. And Lawton, they're great at running with a low center of gravity, getting off the tackles and making things happen. And right now they're doing that. But, yeah, like you said, on the offensive side, you're going to have to answer on this drive. You're going to have to go out there and score because right now Lawton shown you they can go on drives. They can run that clock out, and then they can finish off those drives and really jab the dagger in.
Yeah, we've seen Shawnee be a good tackling team this year. It's not something that they've struggled with outside of a game against Carl Albert, which everybody struggles tackling Carl Albert. But in most games they've been a good tackling team, but tonight they've just struggled to tackle and they've struggled to get off the field. Frias with the ball teed up. And Eisenhower squibs this one again. It will be number 15 who falls on it at the 26-yard line. That was Kiefer Landis who jumped on it. Good to see Kiefer Landis back out there. He's wearing a different number. That's why I was confused. He's wearing 15 instead of 34. But he's out there, and it's good to see him back out there making plays again.
And a smart play there. I mean, that's one of those you kind of let it bounce a little bit, see if one of your guys can get on top of it. And if they can't, jump on it. Let your offense get out there and start their drive.
Shawnee coming out with 3 receivers to the right side, 1 receiver to the left. Beavers in the backfield. Here comes the blitz. Quick pass caught by Zyron Campbell. Campbell making a guy miss, and Campbell just trying to get what he can, and he's able to get a couple out of it.
Yeah, and right there, I think the ball just kind of sells on him a little bit. Doesn't give Zyron Campbell a whole lot of time to do anything, but he does get positive yardage.
Gets 3, makes it 2nd and 7. 2 receivers each side. 1 back in the backfield. Here's Owens looking to throw. Pass is incomplete. Intended for Ejon Thomas, and that one just died. It's kind of odd just seeing, because usually Jameer, he doesn't always throw the ball with a ton of zip, but he gets the ball where it needs to go, Landon, and he's just struggling to put the ball on target tonight.
Yeah, it's been, like you said, it's been kind of tough to watch. He's a guy, like you said, that usually gets the ball out there enough that he's able to make some things happen. He just hasn't been able to do it.
Handoff goes to Dietrich Beavers, and Beavers up the middle, and it's going to be close. This is going to depend on the spot and Landon. I think he might be a little bit short, but if you're Shawnee, you go for it here. You got to be aggressive.
Absolutely, yeah. You got to go in there and let's see if they give it to Beavers.
They do. They give him the first down. They give him the first down up to the 36-yard line. A little surprised. I thought he might have been just a bit short.
I thought they marked him short too.
But they say he got just enough. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Shawnee was showing some tempo and now backs off a little bit. There's a handoff to Beavers again. Beavers bottled up, brought down right at the line of scrimmage. Make it 2nd down and 10.
And right now this offensive line's going to have to wake up a little bit, get those guys back, and get up to that next level.
3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Beavers in the backfield. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens under pressure, and Owens brought down. It will be an incomplete pass. And Zyron Campbell was in the area, so that'll bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, right there, just right from the jump, the defensive end just kind of had the tackle beat.
Yeah,
able to get back there. And
Kingston Tito.
Tito's been alive tonight. He's done a great job of getting in the backfield and causing some disruption.
3rd and 10. Owens gets the snap. Owens across the middle, and that's going to be caught. And that's a first down. Zyron Campbell with a good catch. And he held on after taking a big, big shot. But that'll be a first down for the Wolves.
That was a good job hanging on to that.
And we have a flag on the play. So I think, unfortunately, though, even after that, that hit was taken by Zyron Campbell all for naught.
Yeah, and that's one right there you're going to be watching on film. You're going to see him take that big hit and see that the flag was there. Just go, man, that was all for nothing.
Holding against Shawnee.
So a holding penalty on the Wolves. Backs him up 10 to the 26-yard line. Effectively a loss of 20 after that. Owens gets the pass. Owens trying to set up a screen for Beavers. Beavers makes a couple guys miss, and Dietrich might make this call a little interesting at least, but there's another flag down on the play, so never mind. Probably won't make this call that interesting. We'll see what Eisenhower decides to do. They might decline this, make it 4th down, or they might back him up, and they will back him up. They called an illegal man downfield, Landon. On a screen pass, though, I guess it has to go behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
You have to catch the ball behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
And the Shawnee offensive line just a little excited getting down there.
Yeah, I think that's one of those where, you know, if you're Dietrich Beavers, you just kind of got to know where you are on the field, know where the line of scrimmage is, and kind of set up right there. I think just kind of trying to get a little bit of ahead of himself, trying to get a little bit of momentum on the run, and that's where that penalty comes in.
3rd down and 25. Not many plays in the playbook for 3rd and 25. Shawnee's going to empty out the backfield. Owens gets the snap. Owens will step up. Owens will fire this one down the field. He has Ejon Thomas down there. Thomas makes the grab, and Ejon Thomas, he is going to score, but there is another flag down on the field. It's down at the 22-yard line, right at the line of scrimmage, Landon. And I think the question is, was Ejon Thomas over the line of scrimmage when he threw it? Oh, my goodness, Landon. And it will be an illegal forward pass. Ejon Thomas beyond the line of scrimmage when he let that one go, Landon. But, man, just a killer of a play right there.
Yeah, and a beautiful pass. I mean, just right on a dime. Ejon Thomas, a great route run. And that's going to hurt. I think that's a loss of down as well.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Man.
And that's tough. A drive where you had to go out there and answer. A few flags don't go your way, and now we're going to have
now we have
flag.
another flag. I don't know what we're going to get here. Probably against Shawnee again. So it's they haven't even marked it off yet from the 21-yard line. Waiting to see what the call is here.
Hey, I want to remind you, concession stands will close at the end of the 3rd quarter, so go get your hot dog, nachos.
As we see what the call is, it should be, what, a 5-yard penalty and a loss of down, I think? I'm not sure. But we will see where they spot everything. An unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Shawnee is the call.
Yeah, this drive really unraveled on them.
Yeah, it did. This is one of those drives, Landon, that unfortunately reminds me a lot of the past couple of years. I think it's a 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, or in a loss of down, so they'll back them off 5 yards from the 22 down to the 17, and then they will, and it'll bring up 4th down, and then they will mark off another 7 yards down to another 5 yards down to the 9. It's 4th down.
Yeah, I don't think Coach Madonna knows it's 4th down. Surely he's not going to go for this.
I can't imagine he will. But they have guys on the headsets that are in the press box above us who should be telling him that it's 4th down.
I don't think he knows.
So Shawnee's going for it. And it's 4th down, and now the Wolves will take a timeout. And presumably send the punt team on. Although Landon right now punting, you just hope to get the ball back to the initial line of scrimmage after this.
Yeah, and I think there was some confusion. Like I say, I think the coaching staff from Shawnee, there was a ton of stuff that happened in between the penalty on the illegal forward pass. You have some things that happened in between there. There wasn't a clear indication that there was a loss of down, 4th down. I don't think Coach Madonna ever saw it and didn't realize it and had to burn a timeout there.
Yeah, so the Wolves burning a timeout. We're going to keep it here. 6:27 to go in this third quarter. This third quarter has come to a grinding halt.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of the same as the first half, just a strange energy out of this game where a lot of things just haven't gone the way of the Wolves, but also, you know, they're still in it. I mean, they're not out of it. It's just a strange feeling right now as the Wolves are, you know, just kind of hanging in this game and making it tough on Ike trying to pull away.
And they still have the offense out on the field, Landon. I do not understand this play call.
Yeah,
Zyron Campbell's back there. And unless Lance Williams, for whatever reason, is hurt and can't punt. That's about the only thing I can think of, but.
Well, Lance Williams is sitting next to the coach right now. Standing right next to him.
Yeah?
I'm not sure.
Zyron Campbell's actually lined up at quarterback. Zyron has the stronger arm between he and Ejon. And now Zyron's going to back off a little bit and I don't know if he's going to try to punt this away or what. He does punt it away. It's a high punt. I don't understand. To change the score, you can plead your case all you want. They're not gonna take points off the board. Frias with the ball teed up at the 40-yard line. That kick is away, and for the first time, they actually kick it deep. Ejon Thomas will pick it up at the 5, trying to make something happen. Thomas, as this one will come back after a block in the back, and Thomas just brought down. We should have a horse collar tackle as well, as Thomas was just pulled down by the horse collar and no whistle. It's going to come back after a block in the back, though, at the 10-yard line by Ryan High. Just an odd game.
Yeah, it's been one of those games. Like say, I mean, it's just kind of, you know, things have been just unraveling for this Shawnee team. They haven't been able to find any momentum. You know, they've been able to get a chance to, you know, go out there and they get the score, and you're down by one score. Then it just seems like all the air goes out of the stadium as Lawton Ike, you know, really just makes you kind of, you know, eat on a double move. They extend the lead. You go out there and put a good score out there right before the half, and then you come out of the second half, and again, that first half had a strange energy. I think the second half is more along the line of what's been going on with this Shawnee team all season. Just coming out of the halftime, coming out of the locker room, and just don't seem like everybody's on the same page.
6:04 to go in the third. Shawnee with it, 1st and 10 at the 5. There's a handoff for Deshaw. Shaw spun down at the 9. Make it the 10.
Shaw with a carry.
Second down and 5. Wolves probably need to start moving a little bit quicker. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, and we have a flag on the play, as we have offsides on Eisenhower. I think one of the Eisenhower guys just lined up in the neutral zone. The official gave him a beat to try to get lined up correctly, and once he just stopped and got set in the neutral zone, they blew blew the whistle.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. You know, you get lined up over there. You're trying to get a big jump. Tito's been lining up pretty close all game.
It does give Shawnee a first down, though. They're going to run the option. There's a pitch. Beavers gets it, and Beavers working down the sideline, and Dietrich with a nice little run. And he'll move the chains as he gets up to the 25-yard line.
Yeah, again, he's a tough guy to bring down in space, and right there he shows you if he just keeps those legs moving, he's able to get the ball moving and gets the chains going forward.
Actually move him up to the 26-yard line. So he gets an extra yard out of it. 3 receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right. Beavers in the backfield. Or excuse me, that's Shaw in the backfield, and Shaw goes forward for about 3 or 4 yards.
Yeah, and a great job there from Shaw. Gets hit at the line of scrimmage. He's able to move forward and fall forward. Get a pretty good gain.
Gain of 4 makes it 2nd and 6. 2 receivers to each side. Shaw in the backfield to the right of Owens. Here's Jameer. Quick pass out to Zyron Campbell. Campbell dancing around. Campbell spinning, and Campbell just get absolutely planted. Picked up about a yard before he just got decked.
Yeah, I think that's one thing. Zyron, he's a taller guy, and so he kind of moves around a little bit tall, and he's able to be a good athlete. But I think sometimes, he's just playing a little tall, and you just get hit real hard on plays like that.
Gain of 1 makes it 3rd and 5. Two receivers to the left side, 1 receiver to the right, 2 backs in the backfield. Play clock down to 6. Owens gets the snap. Owens looking to throw a quick pass out to Zyron Campbell. Campbell spinning around, and Campbell stopped for a gain of 2. And Landon, that's one thing I don't understand, and you see this at all levels of football. You throw a pass on 3rd down short of the sticks. It'll never make sense to me.
I think it's one of those you're just hoping that your guy's out in space. But like you said, you got to get a first down. You got to keep this drive moving, and you throw it short, and especially with a team like Ike that moves around the ball pretty well.
Shawnee keeps their offense out on the field for this 4th down. Big 4th down upcoming. There's a quick pass, and that is going to be caught. Wow, Zyron Campbell, that ball was put on him in a hurry, and he held on to that one really, really well and made the catch, and he moves the chain. So you know what? It worked.
Yeah, right there, a great job. He knew exactly where he needed to go, did the stop route, did a great job. Jameer Owens did a great job putting the ball on him, and he holds on to it. Just great, sure hands from Zyron Campbell.
1st and 10 for the Wolves, ball at the 40-yard line. Here's Beavers. Beavers gets the handoff, goes forward, and Beavers knocked down at the 44-yard line. Picks up 4 on the play. Shawnee needs to pick up the pace just a bit. We're under 3 to go now in this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, you're going to have to put together some quick scores. So far moving on this drive.
2 receivers stacked to the right, 2 receivers to the left. 1 back in the backfield. There's a low snap. Owens looking to throw. Owens across the middle, and it's intercepted. Worry with the interception. The 3rd thrown in this game. And Worry breaking some tackles and finally thrown down by Jameer Owens down at the 7-yard line. And that puts Eisenhower in great position, Landon, to essentially ice this game away.
Yeah, looking for LaRon Thomas, tried to fit it in there. That's one thing that we haven't seen too much from him this season, trying to force passes, and right there tried to fit it in a tight window, and you come away with the interception and the turnover on offense.
2:33 to go here in the 3rd quarter. There's a bad pass as that sails out of the end zone. Just off target there by Trachty. Second down upcoming from the 7-yard line. Second and goal. And here is Worry right up the middle. Worry pushing forward, gets to the 4.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, this is going to be a test for this Shawnee defense. This is going to be a test for this Shawnee team.
We have a whistle. Timeout by an official. So we have an official's timeout. Looks like we're good to go now. Mario Joyner's being sent off. I'm not sure why, but somebody's got to go on.
I know earlier he had a little malfunction with his shoe.
Everything appears to be good there. I don't know. Maybe his helmet came off and we just missed it. Tracty trying to get everybody set. There's the handoff. There goes Worry trying to get to the edge. And Worry is into the end zone for the score. And Landon, unfortunately, I think that might do it for Shawnee. Is down now 46-18. It's just honestly, Landon, it's been a disappointing performance by the Wolves here in this one. This was a game that you thought, especially after last week, how well the defense played, the good things the offense was able to do last week. You kind of thought, okay, Shawnee can come into Eisenhower, and if they can play well, they can get a win, and really kind of keep their playoff hopes in their own control. But now, Landon, it's not looking good for the Wolves.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, just one of those games you feel like you can go in, get the dub. You're going to have to, you get a chance to basically take control of your playoff dreams and playoff hopes. And like you said, right now, Shawnee just, I think after the first half, you're in the game. It's a one-possession game. I don't think you played a good enough first half to be in the game with this Lawtonite team tonight. Maybe another day you find them, and both teams are kind of awake, and this team, is more in it. But right now, just trying hard to keep it close right now, as this Lawtonite team has just done everything tonight that this Shawnee team has been unable to do. And it's been tough sledding for this Shawnee team.
Yeah, it really has. It's not been a great showing for the Wolves here in this one.
Yeah, I mean it was a poor first half, but you found yourself in a one-possession game. You get a chance to go into the locker room and say, hey, we didn't play good that first half, but we played good enough to still be in this game. Let's go out there in the second half and play ball. And unfortunately for this Shawnee team, just more of the same of just a poor second half showing after keeping yourself in a game. And like I say, Lawton Ike has taken advantage of the negatives of the Shawnee team.
And right now, Landon, with the fourth quarter plus 2:06 to go here in this third quarter, the Wolves, right now, they just got to find something positive to take out of this game. A line drive kick, it will roll, and it will go into the end zone for a touchback. And now we have a late flag after the play, as Shawnee might get 15 yards out of this one.
Yeah, that wasn't very smart. I mean, just right in front of the referee.
The official, yeah. It will be a dead ball foul, a personal foul on Eisenhower.
Dead ball, personal foul against Eisenhower.
Well, here's the biggest thing for this offense. Here's the biggest thing for this defense. Here's the biggest thing for the special teams. At this point, you got nothing to lose. You just got to go out there and play ball, keep the game in front of you, and just try to put together some positive plays as you get toward the end of this game. And hey, who knows? There's still time on the clock. Crazier things have happened in football, but right now you got nothing to lose. Go out there, run your offense, and see if you can put some scores on the board.
Two receivers to the left, one receiver to the right. There's a little pop pass to Keno Citizen. Citizen trying to get to the edge, and Citizen is brought down.
Keno Citizen with a carry.
As he was dropped and a little slow getting up, but he looks okay. I'm actually going to say it was a handoff to Citizen. Got up to the 39-yard line for a gain of 4.
Brings up second down.
It looked like he started to slip as he made the cut up the field.
Two receivers to the right, one to the left, two backs in the backfield. Owens gets the snap. Owens will turn, hand the ball off to Dietrich Beavers. Beavers just trying to weave his way forward. Was able to get a few out of it.
Dietrich Beavers with a carry.
Beavers gets up to the 42, so a gain of 3. Two receivers to the left, one to the right. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens under pressure, now will scramble. And Jameer gets the first down. And Jameer out of bounds right near midfield. And they'll actually mark him out in Eisenhower territory at the 49-yard line. A nice little scramble right there by Jameer.
Yeah, did a great job of kind of seeing what he had down the field, scans the field, doesn't find anyone open, steps up in the pocket. There's nobody there, able to run. You know, a lot of guys might try to throw it there, but he's able to tuck it in and get the first down.
49 seconds remaining in this third quarter. Two receivers each side. One back in the backfield. It's Shaw back there with Owens. Owens looking to throw, trying to set up a screen. Gets it off to Day Shaw. Shaw making a couple guys miss. Shaw making some more guys miss. And Dace into the open field. And another nice play by Day Shaw down inside the 30 to the 29-yard line.
Yeah, again, right there, a great job of making some guys miss and making some things happen. Like say, you got nothing to lose. You know, you're down big time here. You got nothing to lose. Just go out there, keep your offense going. Just see if you can put some points on the board.
Shaw now with 78 yards on the ground. He has over 100 yards in offense today. Here's Owens. Owens will fire this one. Ejon Thomas wide open, and he walks into the end zone for the score. Wow. I had no idea how open he was, and now we have a stoppage in play.
I think they might get him on a pick.
I don't even see a flag down on the field, though. Oh, I do. It's right there at the 30. It was hiding in that number.
Yeah, I think they're going to talk about this. LaRon Thomas came over on the play, sort of like, hey, I'm setting up for the screen. And that's what set up the... Oh, wow.
What?
They say...
Is that illegal touching?
Yeah. I don't know. He didn't go out of bounds.
No. Coach Madonna's trying to figure out what the call, why.
Illegal touching, loss of down.
An illegal touch and a loss of down. Wow.
It'll be second down.
Second down. Coach Madonna just upset. I mean, and he should be. So second down upcoming. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens steps up. And now Jameer will scramble. Nope, he will fire this one into the end zone. And Ejon makes that catch, and Ejon's into the end zone anyways. So a touchdown for Ejon Thomas. And the Wolves back on the board. He's not going to be denied the end zone today.
Yeah, I think that's a drive right there where you're kind of looking around going, hey, this is what we could have been doing all game. You know, you get a score, you get a little momentum. Hey, I know that it's a long shot, but if this defense can go out there and get a quick stop, put the offense back out there, like you said, I've seen crazy things before in football. We'll see if Shawnee can pull off one of the craziest as they go back out there with that big jumbo package with all the guys on the line.
Yeah, they're going to go for it here as Beavers. He is not going to be able to get in. So Beavers unable to get in.
Shawnee Wolves 24.
And it will be 47-24 with 12 seconds remaining here in this third quarter of play, Landon. The Wolves, they got, a nice play there by Ejon Thomas. And like you said, it's, not completely over yet. Crazy things can happen, but right now down by 3 scores, essentially going into the fourth quarter with just 12 seconds left in this third quarter. The Wolves, they're going to need a lot of help, Landon. And right now, there have been a couple of calls and a couple of non-calls as well that has Coach Madonna just very upset with these officials. And unfortunately, I mean, he can plead his case and say whatever he wants to say, but unfortunately, it's not going to change anything. That doesn't mean he should stop pleading his case, because he absolutely should. But at the same time, I mean, he's going to feel that he was having a rough go of it with the officials tonight.
Well, I mean, a couple of questionable calls, but I mean, the illegal touching, I just don't
Yeah,
know
I don't know where.
it
He
came
didn't
from.
go out of bounds. It wasn't a lineman who touched it.
Yeah,
I mean, the only way is if he, for whatever reason, was in the wrong spot of the formation.
Yeah.
And he made himself ineligible by the way he lined up. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, like I say, I have no idea how you get that there, and I think he has all the reason to be upset. But like you said, I mean, just
and then on the last touchdown too for Eisenhower, when the receiver, pushed off of Kevin Tyner. There's a little squib kick that's returned, and it's returned into Shawnee territory. And it will be 1st and 10 for Eisenhower with 4 seconds remaining at the 48-yard line.
Well, I mean, like I say, crazy things have happened. We'll see if this defense can go out there and get a stop, put the offense back out there. They had a little bit of a long drive, but they were able to score quickly once they got things going. See if they can put something back out there again. They're going to have to get a stop first.
They will need a stop. As Eisenhower hands the ball off, and that is number 3 who goes nowhere, and that will do it for the third quarter. So at the end of the third quarter, it's Lawton Eisenhower 47, Shawnee 24. We will have the fourth quarter right after this. This is Shawnee football here on Classic Hits KGFF.
Oklahoma's first and only advanced green technology in water-based pet cremation. It's the mission of Pause to Remember, to provide caring, loving, and compassionate services to our families experiencing the loss of a beloved pet. When it's time to cross that rainbow bridge, Pause to Remember can provide the services you need. Call them at 405-695-006 or stop in at 5106 North Harrison. Pause to Remember, a service of McElliay and Owens of Shawnee.
Harrison Discount Pharmacy opened its doors in 1986. David Nicholas and his friendly staff have been serving Shawnee residents with quick refills plus handling transfer prescriptions with ease. Medicare billing can be complicated. Don't stress. The Harrison Discount Pharmacy staff are experienced in all aspects of billing. Enjoy competitive pricing, flu shots, and local delivery. Call in your prescription 24/7 to 405-273-9906.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits KGFF.
Start of the fourth quarter here in Lawton as the Shawnee Wolves find themselves down 47-24 to the Eisenhower Eagles, who have a first down and our second down and 10. There's a quick pass. That pass is going to be caught by Mongold, and Mongold is dropped after a gain of about 6 or 7 on that play.
Yeah, and right there, Shawnee getting around the ball. Now it's 3rd and interesting.
Mongold and Eisenhower up to the line in a hurry, and Shawnee jumped offside. That was DeMario Joyner who jumped, and that will give Eisenhower a fresh set of downs. You set up that third down, and kind of interesting, like you said, Landon, and you jump, and all of a sudden that third and interesting becomes 1st and 10.
Well, and plays where you got to get off the field just hasn't been in Shawnee's favor tonight. Every time they've had a chance to get off the field, they have not taken advantage of it.
They have not. So first down. Here's a quick pass across the middle, and that pass is going to be caught, and that will be another first down for Lawton Eisenhower, as that pass was caught by Jalen Jones.
Yeah, and right there, just another quick slant route. Shawnee playing off tonight, just trying to make up for the athleticism of the receiving core from Ike. They've just been able to cut underneath them all night.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Here's Tracty looking to throw. That pass is incomplete. Intended for number 6, Jordan Coppage. Couldn't tell if that got deflected at the line or if it just came out of Tracty's hand. A little weird. But it will be 2nd down and 10 now.
I think that's one that like came off weird.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if maybe it got tipped at the line and we just couldn't see it. Now they're waiting to get the ball back. It went up out of the railing up onto a little hill where these stands are. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Ike. Here is Tracty on the keeper, and Tracty goes up the middle to the 9-yard line. Ryan High making the tackle.
And, I mean, I think Dietrich Beavers just got dumped on the end zone. Number 4 for Ike's been kind of picking on him all game. Got a penalty earlier, and the back judge just letting some stuff happen as Kiefer Landis is trying to ask what went on. Coach Madonna's going to make his way out on the field.
Yeah, that's that. I think that is. I don't think that's Dietrich. I think that's number 7, Kevin Tyner. I see Dietrich down there in the huddle. I think that's Kevin Tyner down there, but
he's been. I mean, after the play, he's been driving guys back.
Yeah.
And right there, a little bit of concrete on the edge out there. And I think he might have got dumped on that concrete. And I think you're right.
I think that's Zyron Campbell helping him off as well. Actually, it's Jaden Smith helping him off. Yeah, Kevin Tyner not doing too well right now as he's struggling to walk off the field.
Well, like I say, I mean, he's been, finishing off those blocks right at the end of the whistle all night. He had a penalty earlier that drew back Lawton Ike. And right there at the end of the play just kind of dumps Tyner right on top of that concrete.
Tracty back there with Elsie. And Tracty looking to throw, and that pass is going to be caught, and that might be just enough for a first down at the 7-yard line.
They haven't made the call yet, and there they go.
Yeah, they moved it. I saw the side judge tell him to move. So he got right to the 7, and so that will be a first and goal now from the 7. Two receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. And yeah, you got more guys. I'm watching that, and Ejon Thomas and number 4 were going at it in the end zone. And now you have guys pushing and shoving, and that's going to draw a flag. Yeah, and I watched that play right there, Landon, and number 4 for Eisenhower. And Eisenhower did score, by the way, but that's Jalen Jones. He drove Thomas into the end zone, drove him into the ground, and then just as he stayed on top of him, he pushed off on him and stood over him, which Thomas drew exception to. And then I believe that was Jaden Smith who came in to defend his teammate as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's been kind of just doing it all game, just kind of waiting out and what he does is he blocks you, and then once the play's over, he kind of just dumps you on the ground and then pushes up off of you, and that's where you get the penalty there at the end where guys are just kind of fighting back a little bit.
And that'll be a after the play penalty on Shawnee. And so that will allow Eisenhower then to kick off from the Shawnee side of the field after this extra point.
Well, and the referees, they better get a hold of this game. It could get
Yeah,
ugly.
we have 10:09 to go. There's
Yeah,
still a lot of time for this game to get out of hand.
Left.
Eisenhower's clearly taken out some frustration after a rough start to the season, as that extra point is no good. Shawnee is very frustrated in this game, trying to, fight back, and right now, this game's starting to get a little chippy.
Well, I think you're frustrated. A few calls don't go your way. You're frustrated with the referees. You're frustrated with yourselves because you just can't seem to get anything going for yourself. And you're frustrated from that other team because they're going out there. They're finally going to get, they're finally on track to get their first district win tonight, and they're kind of rubbing it in your face a little bit.
Yeah.
So a lot of different things aren't going Shawnee's way tonight, and I think the frustrations are coming from all sides right now. when that happens, especially in a game that kind of been dragged out like this one has, you really got to watch, especially with 10 minutes left in the game. You got to watch it, especially when guys are pushing after the play. Bad things can happen with 10 minutes left.
And because of the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, excuse me, Ike will actually be kicking off from the Shawnee side of the field at the Shawnee 45-yard line. So it will be number 37 for Eisenhower. Frias kicking off, like I said, from the Shawnee side of the field. At the 45, something you don't see too often.
Yeah, we'll see if he'll try to boot this one into the end zone.
And it's another squib kick that will bounce and will be taken by Quentin Trapp, and then Trapp is brought down at the 24-yard line, and we got more pushing and shoving after the play as Kiefer Landis is getting into it with one of the Ike players.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's just after the play, I mean, these Ike guys are coming in and they're hitting whoever's not really paying attention. And right there, Kiefer Landis takes a hit and right at the end is able to throw the guy off of him. But I think that's going to be a penalty on Shawnee, as the referee only saw Kiefer Landis have the late hit.
If you're Coach Madonna, what do you tell your guys? Because, I mean, we're watching it and we can see Eisenhower is instigating a lot of things. Shawnee's reacting, and I mean, the one who reacts typically gets called for the foul. But I mean, you also can't fault your guys for reacting, can you?
I don't think so. I think in a perfect world, you're probably telling your guys, hey, let's get in, let's get out of this game, let's let cooler heads prevail. But this isn't one of those games. This is a game where there's a lot of crazy things happening. Coach Madonna's probably frustrated with a lot of the calls that haven't gone his way tonight. And like I say, I mean, this game from all aspects, whether you look at it from a coaching perspective, or you look at it from a refereeing perspective, they're starting to lose control. Everyone's kind of starting to lose control of everyone on the field. And Coach Madonna pleading his case for his guys right now.
Yeah. Coach Madonna's not happy with the way that this game has been officiated. He's also frustrated because his team hasn't executed well, and that's part of it. I mean, that's definitely part of it, but it's definitely frustrating for sure. Although if this was during the play, I mean, maybe it's one of those things where the Wolves could. Oh, we'll see what the call is. We still haven't had an actual word from the official, have we, about what the call is?
No.
And now they're starting to back up, starting to back the ball up, and now here comes the call.
Maybe taking his time here.
It'll be a personal foul on Eisenhower, and that was declined, and a face mask on Shawnee. How is that?
I think I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened there.
How do you decline that penalty and then get a face mask on Shawnee? Shouldn't those, excuse me, those should either offset. Those should offset. And Coach Madonna's like, wait a second, why are we being backed up here?
Yeah.
And these penalties should offset. If you have a personal foul, face mask, and a personal foul, personal foul, that's 15 yards on each side. Those should offset. One wasn't after the play. Now the official still explaining things to Coach Madonna. And we're still trying to play the final 10:04 here. And they're going to leave the ball at the 12-yard line. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Be a lot of questions in the coach's corner, I think, this week, or maybe off the record.
Yeah. Dietrich Beavers right up the middle. Gain of about 5 on the play up to the 17-yard line.
Yeah, good play there. Able to find enough space up there, and Dietrich Beavers able to get a pretty good gain out of it.
Second down. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens has that ball go off the hands of Zyron Campbell. That was a good pass right there, and Zyron just let that one eat him up.
Yeah, I think that's one, if you're Zyron Campbell, that get your hands out from your body. He tries to use his body to catch it. And unfortunately, especially in a cold game like this, it becomes harder to catch it. Get your hands out there and let your hands do the work.
Yeah, it has gotten colder. I mean, that's definitely part of it, too, is that it's definitely gotten cooler. Third down. 2 receivers each side. Here's Owens across the middle, and that pass is incomplete. Intended for Keno Citizen, knocked away by Tony Worry. That'll bring up 4th down now.
Yeah, and right now, just a Shawnee team that just can't seem to find anything, and right now, just time to go back to the drawing board. You had a great game last week where you're able to put together some solid plays, and right now, just coming into this game, just don't have an answer for this Lawton team.
Yeah. And there's a handoff, and that's Dietrich Beavers, and that was a nice run. He gets the first down on 4th down, so moves the chains. Dietrich keeping things going.
Well, a definite passing down in 4th in your own deep in your own territory, 4th and 5, kind of catches the Lawton defense off guard.
3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Here's Owens looking to throw, trying to set up a screen. That is going to be incomplete, as that pass was just a little low. And that actually probably worked out for the benefit of Shawnee, as there was a defender right there to wrap up Dietrich Beavers immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, one that'll work for you.
3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Here's Jameer looking to throw. Owens with time. Owens scrambling. Owens going across the middle. That's going to be dropped again by Campbell. Makes it 3rd down and 10.
Yeah, and right there, Zyron again doing a great job of getting open. Your quarterback gets into the scramble mode. You get open. You find the gap in the defense. He gets you the ball, and again, she's trying to catch the ball. He's trying to trap it with his body. You're going to have to start using your hands as a receiver, something that this receiving coach is going to have to go out there and teach his guys.
3rd down and 10, 2 receivers each side. Beavers in the backfield. Here's Owens looking to throw. Owens scrambling. Owens trying to throw it back across his body, and that is going to be incomplete. He was out of the tackle box, and the ball got back to the line of scrimmage, so it shouldn't be intentional grounding, although the officials are talking about it, I think. And it will be a 4th down with 8:54. Shawnee still keeping their offense out there. Owens gets the snap. Owens, as we have a flag. And a false start on the Wolves. That'll back them up 5 yards. Fourth down now and 15. 8:52 to go here in this 4th quarter. That has just come to a grinding halt.
Yeah, hey, I was just told by our production crew, Gage, it is Friday the 13th.
It
so
is.
It makes
weird things happen.
It makes sense.
Now we have another flag and another false start. And a timeout taken by Shawnee. We'll take it as well, as I think Coach Madonna just wants to calm his guys down. This is Shawnee football here on Classic Hits, KGFF.
The Clinic Pharmacy has a rich history and tradition of working hard to improve the quality of your life since 1967. You can have your prescriptions filled and shop for baby apparel, plush toys, warmies, blankets, seasonal decor, plus gift wrapping is free. Friend them on Facebook to see information important to your everyday health and the best times to get your immunizations and boosters. We're not sure what happened with the horse. The Clinic Pharmacy, working hard to improve the quality of your life.
You may have a passion for helping people, love the fun atmosphere of a casino, or maybe you're a numbers person. Citizen Potawatomi Nation has job openings to fit your interest and skill sets, offering competitive pay, excellent benefits, and endless opportunities for growth. Join the Citizen Potawatomi Nation team. You'll enjoy gaining skills and a supportive work environment. Apply today at potawatomi.org/job. That's potawatomi.org/job.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
Back to action as we were coming back from the timeout. Shawnee did punt the ball away, and it went out of bounds at the Eisenhower 48, so that is where the Eagles will take over.
Yeah, it's been a rough half for this team. A rough game all around. I mean, just you find yourself miraculously in a one-possession game going into halftime, and it's just really been this entire game. It's been Lawton just really making the plays.
Yeah.
And Shawnee just trying to figure out what they can do and make the adjustments. And Lawton just gone out there and played their game tonight.
And it's easy to talk about the officiating and point at the officiating, and there have, as we mentioned, clearly been some missed calls, some bad calls by the officials as Eisenhower has it, and they now have their backup quarterback in. But this has also been a game that Shawnee has had opportunities and just let the opportunities slip away.
Yeah, like I say, opportunities, and the defense, has done a good job of getting in those third down situations that you like to have. They've done a good job of getting in those fourth down situations, and they can't seem to get off the field this week. Lawton been able to extend drives, keep the clock moving, and put the ball in the end zone, finish off those drives. And on the other side of the ball, Shawnee's offense just can't seem to find any type of footing in this game.
Here goes number 22 for Eisenhower, and he's forced out of bounds by Jaden Smith after a gain of about 4 on the play. As Jabari Shepard gets the carry, gets into Shawnee territory at the 48, so a gain of 4.
And right there, Shawnee, a good job of working their way down the line, really extending that play out. It is a gain of 4, but it could have been worse.
Two receivers to the right side, 3 receivers to the right side, 1 receiver to the left. Still a lot of the main skill guys out there for Eisenhower, just a backup quarterback in there now. There's Shepard with the carry. Shepard going out to the right side. Shepard making some guys miss, and Shepard going forward. And these Eisenhower guys, we talked about it, the skill guys have a lot of speed, and they're very athletic. And we've seen it here, even with their second string running back in. A lot of speed, and now we have an injured Shawnee Wolf.
Looks like Lance Williams.
A little slow getting up there. We'll keep it right here. As this second quarter, Landon has, our second half has not been kind to the Wolves. And, again, if you're Shawnee, you're going to be very disappointed with this showing. You had opportunities in the first half to make it a game. And really, in the second half, you're only down by 1 possession. You get a stop. All of a sudden, you have the momentum. But they couldn't get a stop, and then it just has snowballed on them tonight, Landon. And, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, next week they host Piedmont, and it's a short week, so they're not going to have a lot of time to clean things up. And Piedmont, if you know one thing about Piedmont, they might not have the skill guys in terms of the receivers and the quarterback that Eisenhower has, but they have running backs and they have physicality, and they are just going to bruise and batter you for 48 minutes.
Yeah, you got a week or less than a week to try to adjust to a completely different ball game that's going to be brought to you next week from Piedmont. It's a offense that's tough to scout out for because nobody's ever run it. So you can't really do a scout team, run a scout team out there and try to let them run it for you. It's going to be a tough one. I mean, this is going to be a tough one to swallow after tonight, and you're really going to have to start looking at the game or looking at the schedule and seeing what can we do, where can we kind of sneak a win out, because that's what you're going to have to do to pull one out and make it to the playoffs this season. Because right now this one's looking like it's pretty much going to be put away.
Yeah, you might need to go and win out the rest of the way, and that's going to be tough with Piedmont, Southeast, and then on the road at Guthrie. Here is their quarterback, number 8, and that pass is going to be incomplete as Kiefer Landis makes the play to break up the pass.
Yeah, and right there, a great play from Kiefer Landis as he's able to come up and make a play on the ball.
For Siri Sheridan. Brings up third down. Second down.
Third down upcoming, second down upcoming. 8:04 to go. One receiver each side. And that pass is up, and that pass will be caught by Coppage. And Coppage finally brought down at the 25-yard line, but they will move the chains.
That's completed to Jordan Kobe.
Yeah, and right there, just ball kind of hung up in the air there, and Coppage able to just come down with it.
First and 10, 25-yard line. Two receivers to each side. Here's Simpson. Simpson going across the middle, and that is going to be intercepted. That's Kiefer Landis with the pick, and Landis trying to find somewhere to go and gets down to the 20-yard line. And so Shawnee comes up with the pick.
Pass intercepted.
As Kiefer Landis got the pick and got it out to the 20-yard line. So a nice play there by Landis to fall back in coverage and get the pick.
Yeah, and that's like I say, that's one where, hey, you got to show that you have some fight in you. You got to show you have a little bit of pride in you. You just got to go out there and win the plays that you can right now. Obviously, we're probably not going to win this game, but you just got to go out there and win the plays you can. Kiefer Landis able to go out there and show that he's still giving effort.
First and 10 for the Wolves. They still have their starting offense out there with Jameer Owens at quarterback. And Owens and Dayshaw not on the same page, although Shaw able to get the handoff, and Dace running hard. Able to stay on his feet. He actually rolled over the defender, never went down, and Dace moving the pile. And gets up to the the 33-yard line.
Yeah, went down, looked like he fell on top of the defender. And like you said, just didn't go down.
Up to the 34 goes Dace and makes it first and 10 at the 34. Two receivers to the right, one to the left. There's Dayshaw again. Dayshaw breaking some tackles, going forward, and Shaw up to the 40. Dace running hard.
That's one good thing he gives you. He gives you a hard runner, but also he cuts the ball pretty well.
Timeout taken by Eisenhower. We'll take it as well. 6:29 to go here in the fourth quarter. Shawnee down 53-24 here on KGFF.
At Fire Lake Discount Foods, the focus is on taking care of their customers and their community. Quality food at everyday low prices, excellent customer care, and supporting the needs of our community through local causes and school organizations. Shop where it not only saves you money, but where it means something. From deli trays for entertaining to a tank of gas, shop Fire Lake Discount Foods on Hardesty Road in Shawnee, a Citizen Potawatomi Nation-owned enterprise.
Harrison Discount Pharmacy opened its doors in 1986. David Nicholas and his friendly staff have been serving Shawnee residents with quick refills plus handling transfer prescriptions with ease. Medicare billing can be complicated. Don't stress. The Harrison Discount Pharmacy staff are experienced in all aspects of billing. Enjoy competitive pricing, flu shots, and local delivery. Call in your prescription 24/7 to 405-273-9906.
Shawnee Wolves football is on Classic Hits, KGFF.
First down
Coming out of the timeout, Shawnee completes a pass to Ejon Thomas for a first down. I think Eisenhower only had 10 guys out on the field on that play, Landon, but the Wolves getting the first down to Ejon Thomas up to the 49-yard line.
Yeah, right there. Great job getting the pass out, getting that first down.
Two receivers to the right, one to the left. A high snap goes over the head of Jameer Owens. Owens picks it up. Owens trying to make something happen, and Owens just throws it away, and it's intercepted. And the defender gets out of the tackle, and he will take this to the house. It is a second pick six for Lawton Eisenhower. Wow. Just wow. It was a bad snap. Owens was about to be taken down. He tried to throw it to Dietrich Beavers, or at least throw it in the area of Beavers, and he ended up throwing it right to an Eisenhower defender who made the interception and then took it to the house.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about it. It's just not a good play all around. Tonight has been one of those things. I think you might not even watch film on tonight. You might just go ahead and start getting ready for next week.
Yeah, and if you're the Shawnee coaches too, at what point, Landon, do you just say, okay, we're just going to run the ball and just keep this clock moving as much as possible?
Yeah,
it's 60 to 24 right now.
Yeah, I think that's one you're probably going to go ahead and talk to the referee, see if you can get that clock moving, and just.
I mean, I don't know if you even get the clock moving. I think you just run the ball and move the clock yourself.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm talking. Hey, if there's incomplete, out of bounds, first downs, just let the clock run. Let's get out of here.
We'll see what the Wolves do. I mean, I think there's also something to be said with as the Wolves' offense has just been unable to get anything going, that they want to try to get something on tape. But right now, with 5:56 to go, Landon, I'm kind of thinking you run the ball, you try to keep the chains moving and try to keep the clock moving.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking, hey, this probably isn't a game you want on tape. I think just all around this team just didn't seem ready for this game from start to finish. You know, a couple of good things break your way, but past that, having being within one score, really just been all Lawton Ike. A few things you're probably going to talk to OSSAA about on Monday, and
you might be leaving a message tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for
send a sternly worded email.
Yeah, this entire Shawnee team really feeling this one.
There's a kick, and it will be Thomas taking it at the 12. Ejon up to the 30 where he's brought down. First and 10 upcoming for the Wolves from the 30-yard line.
Ball placed around the 30. First down, Shawnee.
We'll see what Shawnee does as Wolves are taking their time getting their offense out there after that kick return. And the official will wind the play clock, but not the game clock. And now Shawnee will run out there. And Shawnee running out there with their backups in the game, and Shawnee needs to hurry. They're going to reset the play clock for the Wolves. There's a dangerous snap, but they're actually blowing the play dead. Play clock was at 0, but the officials were trying to reset the play clock, and now they're forcing Shawnee to take a timeout. We're going to keep it right here, though, Landon. As the Wolves just try to do something here with 5:34 remaining.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just don't know.
I've run out of words.
This has been a game I think that you come into thinking, hey, we have a chance to win it. I think you showed it a lot. You showed it a lot in that first half that you can hang around with this team, and even when
you make mistakes,
it just seems like Shawnee kind of reverted back to once we get down, by a couple of scores, there's not really much we can do here, and Ike's kind of taking advantage of that attitude.
Zyron Campbell in at quarterback for Shawnee. There's the snap. Handoff goes to Deshaw. Actually, I think that's Quentin Trapp, and Trapp running hard and picks up a few yards up to the 38-yard line.
Second and 1.
Makes it 2nd down and 2 at the 38. Two receivers to the left side, one receiver to the right side. Two backs in the backfield. Campbell gets the snap, hands it off to Trapp. Trapp trying to get to the edge, and Trapp is brought down. I know Quentin Trapp is trying to make a play, Landon, but right there, he needs to you got to get the first down. Don't try to bounce it outside when the hole is open in the middle and you can get 5 or 6 yards. Just do that and get the first. But
yeah, I think that's what Coach Madonna's telling him right now. Just the gap is there, hit the hole, and he just keeps trying to extend the plays.
Because Trapp, he's a big back, he's a strong back. He's not fast. That is not his. Speed is not his strong suit as he gets the first down there, but we see his strong suit, which is his strength, as he was hit actually in the backfield and ended up pulling the defender forward a couple of yards to move the chains.
Yeah, and you see that sometimes. We had a guy on our team, we had to finally tell him, hey, run somebody over. He was a state champion power lifter. But he was always trying to outrun guys instead of just running guys over.
Yeah. There's the handoff to Trapp again. Trapp following his blockers. Now Trapp cuts it up the field, and Trapp lowers the shoulder and gets the first down. Nice run by Trapp to the 46-yard line in Eisenhower territory.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. I mean, you just got to, stick your foot in the ground, move upfield, and right there it opens up for him. He's able to get the first down.
Game clock down to 3:45. 3 receivers to the right, 1 receiver to the left. Here's Campbell. Campbell on the quarterback draw. Will bounce it, and Campbell will dance around and step out of bounds. Campbell's a guy who can take it to the outside. He's got those quick feet and that speed to be able to do that effectively. And he showed that there, picking up 9 down to the 37-yard line.
He's got real long legs. You know, once he's able to get out there, he's got real long strides, and he's tough to bring down. He's such a big guy.
Handoff goes to Trapp. Trapp goes up the middle. Trapp picking up some good yards. Good strong run again by Trapp. That's what he needs to do. Just go up the middle. Don't try to field kicks. Don't try to run and beat people to the edge. Just go straight north and south, or in this case, east and west.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody that can do that kind of stuff. He's a tough guy to bring down when he's going and he got his shoulders square, but he's really easy to bring down when he's, running sideline to sideline.
Handoff goes to number 21 for the Wolves, the backup fullback. That's Adrian Brown, or excuse me, that is Dawson McDaniel. Gets down to the 24-yard line. Handoff goes to Trapp. Trapp tripped up down to the 19.
That's a tongue twister. Trapp tripped up.
Yeah, well, I think I did it okay.
You did good.
Thank you.
You knocked it out of the park. I would have stumbled all over that.
Now I'm going to be in my head. 2 receivers to the left, 1 receiver to the right. 3rd down, handoff goes to Trapp. Trapp trying to get to the edge, and Trapp does, and Trapp forced out of bounds. And another nice run by Trapp to get the first down. Nice drive by Trapp. And this is one thing, Landon, and I know the game's out of hand. You have backups in, and that plays a lot into it. It did feel like at times Shawnee kind of got away from the run, which is what they do really well. It felt like they kind of got away from the run a little bit and started trying to pass the ball too much. Handoff to McDaniel. McDaniel goes up the middle. McDaniel fighting his way forward, and McDaniel down at the 2-yard line.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing where you find yourself in a situation where the run's not going exactly the way you want it to, but also you're trying to work with a sense of urgency. And like you said, I think you kind of got away from your game plan a little bit.
There's the snap. Handoff goes to Trapp. Trapp goes up the middle, and Trapp brought down for a loss of 2. And the Eisenhower player is excited. That must be one of those team guys, Landon, that doesn't get to see a whole lot of playing time.
Hey, Rudy made his tackle. It's going to, be good for morale.
Getting close to a minute to go here in this fourth quarter. Handoff goes to Trapp. Trapp trying to get to the edge again, and Trapp is going to be brought down as he got back to the 2-yard line, and that'll bring up 4th down. Again, Landon, Shawnee gets close to this to the goal line, and they've struggled the past 2 games. I'm taking out against Carl Albert and even McGinnis, but really the last 2 games they've struggled down in this area. And Jaquan Evans getting off the field, hobbling off the field.
Yeah, as the field gets shorter, it gets tougher to get to move the ball, less first downs, and Shawnee just hasn't been able to answer that call.
Zyron Campbell will keep it himself, and Zyron will spin, and he'll get into the end zone for the score. So Zyron Campbell runs it in for the touchdown, his 2nd touchdown of the year. It is 60-30 now in what has been an oddly high-scoring game for such a sloppy and, I don't know, incongruent, is that the right word? I mean, just a game that's been just no real momentum or flow to it, really on any side, as Trapp on the 2-point conversion will take it up the middle, and no call yet from the official. And now you get one, and he got in. So Quentin Trapp does get the 2-point conversion. Makes it 60-32 with 20 seconds remaining.
Well,
go ahead.
I was going to say, oddly enough, we talked about the average on Lawton Ike on the season on defense. Shawnee hit it. I mean, 30 points. Lawton Ike has given up 30 points in every game this season, or at least every district game. And unfortunately, Shawnee's gonna come out of here with an L. But
yeah,
hey, you hit the average.
You did hit the average.
You can write that down on the board.
The 60 points too, Landon. It's surprising. This is the 2nd most points that they've given up this season. The only team that scored more is Carl Albert, and they played an explosive team in Bishop McGinnis, an explosive team in Blanchard, and they have a couple more really good teams coming up. But this game, I mean, it's just been one that the Shawnee coaches will want to forget. It's one that I think the Shawnee players will definitely want to forget. And Landon, it's just a game that I think everybody's ready to just kind of be done with.
It's been weird. I think from the beginning, Lawton Ike was the more physical team. They came out, they seemed ready to go from the very start. And I think the one thing that you're really going to take from this and look back and go, man, like this is one we want to forget, is because just simply you didn't come out ready to go. Lawton Ike just came out and popped you in the mouth, and you did not have an answer for it.
There's the kick by Neese. It will be taken at the 10 by number 14, who will be brought down by Ryan High, and that'll be a horse collar tackle by High as well. High pleading his case to the official, but I don't think it's going to help. And it'll be a face mask penalty actually on Ryan High. So it'll move him from the 16 up to the 31-yard line.
Yeah, no, I mean, this has been one that, it's just kind of been one of those games that you lost on the scoreboard, but you also feel like you kind of lost it from sideline to sideline, lost it in the locker room a little bit. And we talked about last week kind of being a hard reboot for this team. They're going to need another one after this game.
Yeah. Simpson at quarterback. He'll hand the ball off. And that will be number 41, who they will leave the clock moving, and that will do it for this one as the Shawnee Wolves fall to the Eisenhower Eagles by a score of 60-32, Landon. And the Wolves will fall to 2-5 now on the year, 0-3 in district play. Eisenhower will improve their record to 4-4 and 1-3 in district play. Just a tough game tonight, Landon. A tough game.
Yeah. I mean, just from the very beginning, it just seemed like Eisenhower just kind of set the momentum, set the tempo, and things just didn't get better from there.
No.
And, yeah, just a tough all-around game. You got a couple of things that you did well in that first half, but, I mean, after that second half, I think this is a game that you definitely just kind of store away, say, hey, that happened last week, but let's move on. And like you said, probably going to have to go ahead and you're going to have to probably win out if you're looking if you're going to try to look for a playoff spot.
Yeah, just a tough outing. As I mean, again, I think the big thing that I take away from this, Landon, there was just no flow to this game, especially for Shawnee. It seemed like every time Shawnee had the ball, it just got sloppy. It got messy. It just they were unable to find any sort of a rhythm.
Yeah. From like I say, it was just a tough one from start to finish that never really got going. Never really got going for this team.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of those post-game numbers for you really quick, Eisenhower as a team, 171 yards on the ground, 230 yards through the air. They ran it 36 times, threw the ball 33 times. Again, they were more balanced than I was expecting from them. The leading rusher was Sari Sheridan with 6 carries, 52 yards, a touchdown. Rashard Elsley, 8 for 47 in a score. Tony Worry, 5 carries, 30 yards, a touchdown. Charlie Tracty, 8 carries, 10 yards, and a touchdown. Tracty passing the ball, 16 of 27, 212 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. As Joseph Simpson also threw an interception. Tracty, and then you had another guy throw an interception on a 2-point conversion attempt. Leading receiver was Jalen Jones, 3 catches, 89 yards a score. Sari Sheridan, 3 catches, 72 yards, 2 touchdowns. And that will do it for the Eisenhower stats for Shawnee. The Wolves with 223 yards on the ground, 218 yards through the air. The Wolves were able to run the ball well, Landon. It just at times felt like they just kind of got away from it. But Dietrich Beavers, 19 carries, 75 yards. Dace Shaw, 8 carries, 54 yards to score. Quentin Trapp, 9 carries, 48 yards. Jameer Owens, 2 for 15. Zyron Campbell, 2 for 11. He had the 1 touchdown. Jameer Owens, 15 of 37 passing, 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions tonight. Dace Shaw, leading receiver, 2 catches, 78 yards to score. Ejon Thomas, 3 catches, 71 yards, and a touchdown. Rhett Neese, 1 of 1 on field goals, made a 34-yarder. And then defensively, Ryan High, leading tackler by my count with 14 tackles for High. Landis, no tackles tonight, did have the 1 interception. Dace Shaw, 6 tackles by my count, 2 picks for him. So again, the Wolves fall tonight 60-32, and they will fall now to 2-5 on the year and 0-3 in district play. Shawnee back though next week, Landon, but it won't be any easier as they take on the Piedmont Wildcats, who are a tough, physical team, and Shawnee's going to have to be ready for 4 quarters of hard-nosed football.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. You got to go out there, play ball next week. You got popped in the mouth this week and didn't have an answer. Next week's going to be the answer if you got a little pride in you. If you got a little pride about the name across your chest, you got a little pride about, just the name that you carry with you in your regular life. Are you going to go out there and play ball next week, or are you going to get popped in the mouth and not have an answer? We're going to find out next week what kind of drive, what kind of hunger, what kind of anger this team brings out after a game like this, where you pretty much just got driven into the ground and didn't fight back.
Yeah.
I think next week is going to be a game where you're going to have to go out there and you're either going to impose yourself, either going to go out there and play like, hey, we got a little something, a little fire in our britches, or you're going to go out there and Piedmont's going to drop another 60 on you and embarrass you on your home field.
And it is a short week next week as the Wolves and Piedmont will be in action on Thursday. That game will be in Shawnee at OBU's Crane Family Stadium. If you can't make it out for that game, don't worry. We will have you covered right here on KGFF. You can listen at 100.9 FM, 1450 AM, online at kgff.com. And then, of course, you can watch our live stream at the KGFF Facebook page. That's going to do it for us tonight. Thanks again for tuning in. For our cameraman, Gage Lord, and everybody back in the KGFF studios, and my broadcast partner, Landon Green, I'm Chris Cox, and we'll talk to you next week right here on KGFF.
Tip number 1 is to relax and have fun. Fire Lake Golf Course is the perfect place to soak up the outdoors with friends and family. Golf is a great way to challenge yourself no matter